we are good to go.
All right, thank you. Welcome everybody to the budget workshop, which will eventually lead into the city council meeting at approximately 6:30. I'm going to go ahead and open this up with a roll call. If you could just say here when I call your name. Amy Patillo.
Here.
Buck Shapiro.
Here.
Gavin Massengill.
Here.
And am I right, Wendy Hundley? Not yet. Sarah Hudson. Sarah,
Yeah.
I see you. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. Welcome. Okay, we've got Amber Lewis, Ashley Wayman, and Finance Director Abel Campos joining us, which is a good thing. We're going to go ahead and kick this off for the budget workshop, move into public comments. If anybody wishes to address the council with regards to the budget for any item that is not otherwise on the agenda, we will go ahead and open that up to the public. If I could ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and please do be respectful. Do we have any hands raised?
At this time, we do not have any hands raised.
Okay, give it a second longer. Guys, if you do wish to speak here, computer or tablet, there should be 3 dots in your lower right corner. You click on that, that'll give you an option to raise your hand. If you click raise hand, then Ashley will know that you wish to speak. Give it a second. No one? Okay, great. In that case, we'll move into the budget workshop, and I will go ahead and yield the floor to Gavin if you're ready.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to be with you tonight. And I guess I want to ask Ashley first. I know we're not to this yet, but just tell me, when we get to the exceptional items, how do you plan to share? I don't see the our spreadsheet that we worked on that has rolling numbers with it. Are you going to share the screen when we get to that? How are you going to do that?
Yes, I have it ready to share.
Okay. All right. Then thank you, council members. As you know, we have worked diligently for the last several work sessions. We now have our base budget established. We've laid out all exceptional items for members' consideration. So tonight, what we're going to do is first have a brief discussion with Abel about tax rates and look at some of those options. And then we're going to then go back and take up exceptional items that we have previously discussed, and we'll make some decisions on those items to determine what goes in and stays out. And then I'll brag on Ashley when we get to that point. She's got a great Excel spreadsheet. It's a little different than we've done it in years past, but I think you're going to like it. We'll explain that when we get to it. And we'll take up each one of those exceptional items as we go. And then we'll talk about next steps, and that'll be it. So we may be able to give some time back on our work session. So let's start off with the link called 2021-2022 Tax Rate Revenue Comparison. This is a document that we've seen in the past and that Abel has updated for our consideration tonight. And Abel, I'm going to turn it over to you briefly. I want to make sure the council members have that sheet in front of them because it does get a little bit technical. And Abel, if we can, let's just walk through with council members kind of what we have here, how it's laid out, and specifically, I'll give a primer, and then if you'll expand on it a little bit. The document that you have in front of you, members, is you'll see sort of a blank column down the middle. And for your consideration, if you'll just consider everything to the left of that blank column is our revenue side of our budget. And then everything to the right side of that blank column is everything in our expenditure bucket. So you've got revenues on the left side of the sheet and expenditures on the right side of the sheet. And the top, so then if you break the top of the sheet where you see the general fund, so all of those, administrate all the departments that you're familiar with that we've laid out in detail over the past work sessions. That top section is just your breakout of your general fund 100. And then everything below that is a breakout of the funds. So it's all funds that are itemized. So the top, you have just fund 100 and all of your itemized departments. And then the bottom is all of the other funds that you're familiar with, including the general fund, which is mirrored up top. And then over on the right-hand side, you've got your expenditures. And then I'm going to let Abel walk through with us, but you'll see that each one of the, I'm over on the right-hand side under the expenditure side, you'll see the expenditures for the draft NNR. For those listening tonight, NNR stands for no new revenue. The next column is titled Expenditures Draft VA. That stands for voter approval rate. And we're talking about tax rates here. And a pet peeve of mine, the voter approval rate is not actually very well named because it's named the voter approval rate, but it's actually the rate right before you would have to get voter approval to adopt the next higher rate. So it's called the voter approval rate, but that's actually sort of the opposite. It's the maximum that can be adopted without subjecting the city to what used to be called a rollback tax election. Now it's called a petition election. And then the third column is the expenditures draft 8% DM, stands for de minimis. And Abel will explain again kind of what makes up these different columns. But the third column is the what we call the 8% de minimis. All right, I've given you a primer, so you've got it kind of in your brain. Now let Abel do a better job of explaining what I just laid out for you.
Thank you, Gavin. The expenditures, basically what I did was compare the expenditures to the revenues under three different scenarios. The expenditures draft -NNR over and under, that is the net of the revenues and expenditures. And under that scenario, your revenues would exceed the draft expenditures by $132,392. In other words, you would have $132,000 available for any exception items that you may want to look at. The next column right to it, expenditures draft -VA over and under, is using the voter approval rate, which is the no new revenue rate times 3.5%. And so that will give you 179,908 additional revenues when you compare the draft expenditures to the proposed tax rate revenues. The last column on the right is your 8% de minimis. You basically will take the no new revenue percent times the 8%, and the de minimis rate was established to where a small city could generate an additional $500,000, but anything over the 8% would be subject to petition. I did not include that on here, so I'm just including the 8% de minimis, and that tax rate, if adopted, would give you 241,678 revenues that you could use to look at funding any exceptional items. The section below that, all funds, basically you're looking at what is the overall impact on the budget if adopted. If you look at the general fund and all the other funds water, wastewater, debt service, and so forth. And so looking at the big picture, and again, we're not talking about maintenance operations for the general fund, this is all funds. Under the no new revenue, you would be basically in the red 202,000, under voter approval 154,000, and the 8% de minimis 92. But again, this would be inclusive of debt service funds, water and wastewater, and so forth. But the tax rate mainly will impact your general fund, and that's the top section that we just finished looking at. Any questions on that?
Okay, thanks, Abel. And I'll give you just some information that may be helpful as we go on through the work session and also into the meeting later on. For council members, if you want to grab a pen and just take a note here, I'm going to give you the actual tax rate, the actual what the tax rate would be for each one of these columns. So I'm going to give you the no new revenue tax rate first. If you want to just write it above that column, and the draft no new revenue rate for this year, this budget, would be 0.2193. Again, the no new revenue tax rate for your consideration this year would be 0.2193. Next column is the voter approval rate. The voter approval rate for this year would be 0.2233. Again, the voter approval rate for this year would be 0.2233. And Abel, as always, be checking my math as we go if I miss one of these.
Yes, no, you're correct.
Okay. The third column is the 8% de minimis. Small city de minimis, if you'd like to call it that. And the 8% small city de minimis rate for this year is 0.2285. Again, that 8% de minimis this year is 0.2285. For reference purposes, the current city tax rate as it is set today, the current rate is 0.2369. Again, the current rate as adopted today is 0.2369. So as we've talked about in the past, all three of those rates are actually below the current rate. Obviously, we all know why. It has to do with the valuation and the increase in valuation that we've seen in the city. But those are the actual dollar amounts, or I mean the rate sets. And just to recap again what Abel said, because it is important for the next exercise that we're going to do, under the no new revenue rate, 0.2193, based on the existing base budget that we've already considered and has been before council, minus not including the exceptional items that we're about to get to, based on that current base budget, we are to the good $132,392. And then under the voter approval rate, if it were adopted, the 0.2233, we would be, if we adopted that rate based on the base budget, we would be to the good $179,908 that we could have would have available to us to spend on the exceptional items. And that is an amount of $47,516 above the no new revenue rate. So if we were to go with the no new revenue rate, it'd be $132,392. If we were to go with the voter approval rate, you would have an additional $47,516 to work with. And then if we went with the 8% small city de minimis rate, which is 0.2285, you'd have a total amount to play with there of $241,678. And that is $109,286 more than the no new revenue rate. tried to go slow and keep it as straightforward and simple as possible. I hope it was helpful to everyone, plus those listening. Are there any questions? I think that's a good sign. Not sure. Okay, so that's that. Keep that in front of you. It will be handy as we go to the next exercise. All right, Ashley. Let's see how we're going to do this. Okay, so what we're going to do now, members, we're going to now consider the exceptional items that we have laid out previously and that you had time to think about. Ashley, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is a little different than we've done it in the past, but I'm a big fan. Ashley did an awesome job putting this together, and I'll take a stab at it again and then let Ashley explain it as well. So the exceptional items that you see listed there at the top, when I pull them up, we'll pull them up based on the number on the left-hand column. And we're actually going to start with AF3. But you'll see those exceptional items all listed there that we've talked about. A couple of notes here. The exceptional item AF2 and exceptional item 100-40-1. Those are the two items that, as council remembers, we had already adopted in a regular meeting. Those are the vehicle financing options for police department and public works. Again, those have already been adopted. We left them on here because it sort of happened simultaneously with our budget process, so we didn't want to take it off of your radar to remember that you already done that. But here's the sort of asterisk on this. So they have already been adopted, and we included them in the base budget. So when we get to those tonight, well, we won't get to them because they're already done. But the bottom line is they're already in the base budget, so they have no effect on the discussions tonight. So it's a wash. They've already been done. They've already been accounted for. You don't have to worry about them in terms of subtracting off of the dollar amounts that we have. So here's the cool part about that, and you'll see those listed under column E, line, what is it, 15? Yeah, E15, right there. That's your 41,845. So that's already been included in the base budget, and so it's being backed out of this worksheet, and so you don't have to worry about it, and it's not going to flow through to the next column or to the next box. Now here's the cool part about what Ashley has put together. So as we go through and make decisions on these exceptional items tonight, there's the dollar amounts in the yellow box at the bottom. They're going to roll with us as we make decisions. So you're going to be able to see as we make a decision in our decision document on the exceptional items, the top row there is the amount available at the no new revenue rate. So as it stands right now, you have 132,392. Yeah. And then the next line is the amount available at the voter approval rate, which is 179,908. And then the next line is the amount available at the 8% de minimis, and that's 241,678. So as we make decisions on these exceptional items, they will automatically subtract from each one of those lines below at that tax rate. And so you'll be able to see in real time how much more you have to spend under each one of those rates as we adopt these items. Does that make sense? Okay, hope so. Okay, so with that explanation, did I miss anything, Amber or Ashley?
No, it was good.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start off first of all with Amy's. So after all that explanation, I'm going to go off script a little bit. At the bottom, you'll see the proposed exceptional items to be funded out of debt service 2022-2023. Amy, I'm going to turn it over to you if you would. I think you're up to speed. The bottom line here, council members, is with Amy's approval, and let's have a discussion about it, Amy. The thought was that we're going to discuss these right now, lay them out. They're not exceptional items that we had previously talked about. We'll have a discussion, Amy. I hope that we're on the same page. We haven't had a chance to talk about this. My suggestion would be that we pull these down ultimately and don't vote on them tonight. And the reason being, and we'll talk more about it, and Abel can expand on it a little bit. Even if we thought this was the greatest idea ever and adopted them tonight, any decision that we made on these exceptional items this evening would not actually affect this current budget cycle, because of the way the bonds would be issued and when the first debt payments would be made. And so there's nothing that we would do on either of these two exceptional items that would actually affect the budget that is under consideration. So our thought was, let's go ahead and talk about them in this budget process, but then we'll pull them down, and we've actually posted this item on the regular agenda to have a more robust discussion about it there, related to how we might want to proceed in the future. Is that fair, Amy? If you want to lay them out.
Sure. The idea behind these two items is that we did have the information that Wendy provided, I don't know, it was several months ago, about potential water bonds that we could go out for, or water loans. And so I asked about those in order to see if we could go ahead and just allocate that money now, and then start working towards those types of water infrastructure projects that we've been talking about, and also that we've identified that need to be more urgently dealt with. The Vale and Vance water line issue, there's some issues on Timberline. There's a cul-de-sac project. It's 6 cul-de-sacs that we've had on hold since 2018. And so there's just a number of water infrastructure projects that I think are really important to get done. And the idea was that either we could go ahead and start working on some of those projects this year, even before we have our water line mapping done, or we can wait and prioritize them after that. But I think some of them we could probably go ahead and start now. So I wanted to go ahead and have the money there. So similar to what we've been able to do with the tax note revenue, of starting to knock out some of the wastewater or drainage projects that we've had analyzed. This would give us the funds to be able to start working on water infrastructure projects that residents are asking for right now as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, a great conversation to have. Do you have an objection to us not adopting them under this budget? And let's have this discussion in a regular council meeting. I mean, I think we'd also, in my mind, would need to get with bond counsel and have some decisions there. I'd also like to see what comes out of the comprehensive plan related to some of these items too. I think that would probably help us have something to hang our hat on. But that was my thought. But
I feel okay to like putting them in a separate place if that's your recommendation for how we could best move forward with them. I guess the other thing I would say is I asked for the numbers on 2 million and 3 million, because it seems like at least with our drainage projects, everything's been coming in at $1 million. And so some of these projects, we don't know how much they would cost yet, but I do think that we have enough. We know that we have enough projects that at least 2 million would get us to where we can hit out a bunch of them, hopefully in the next 2 years, and 3 million would potentially address a few more that we may not know about yet.
okay.
Can Mr. McCollum, I think you're not on mute, so you keep on popping up. Could you mute, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. That's all I got, Gavin.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. And just so everyone's on the same page, these exceptional items, you'll find them in your packet under 261A and 261B. And both of those exceptional item worksheets give you the out year cost, the 2022, 2023 cost, as well as the years 2 through 10 out year costs. So as you're thinking about these, and as we take this item up under the regular agenda, these two worksheets will be helpful to you. Abel, will you add a little color to the discussion you and I had in our meeting related to why this debt service would not hit us in this current budget that we're considering tonight?
Yes, sir. The assuming that the bonds were approved and sold in the fiscal year 2021, 2022, the debt service requirements wouldn't be made until the following fiscal year. And in all probability, you would only be making one payment probably in July of 2023. So as far as the 2021 and 2022 budget is concerned, they would have no fiscal impact on the budget at all or the tax rate.
And I also thought it would probably be helpful to us once we have a little bit clearer sight on what tax rate we're going to adopt. It lets bond counsel give us a clearer understanding of what the tax implication would be on our INS rate for next year going into the next budget. So
Right. And another comment is that the 2012 bond issue, there's only 1 year left after this fiscal year, 2021, 2022 fiscal year. There would be only 1 year left. So that would also be helpful as far as the debt service tax rate is concerned.
yeah, that's a great point, Abel. I forgot about that, but that's hugely important. We are retiring debt, not next year, but the year after, and so that gives us a little room in our INS rate to make sure that that residents don't feel that impact quite as much when we get that extra room once we retire that debt. So. Okay, are you good, Amy, with me tabling these two until the regular meeting?
I am. My other question though, just to clarify, is would we need voter approval for these, or is this something that we can take out that debt because we are about to have it open up again?
Abel, do you know that? I mean, in my mind, that's a bond. I hate to get over my skis on it, on what's a bond counsel question, but.
Well, if it's going to be a bond issue, the answer is yes, you do need voter approval. Tax notes is a different story, but that would be, I would feel more comfortable if your bond counsel would, or a financial advisor would answer that question, but a bond issue definitely requires voter approval.
Another option that wouldn't require voter approval could be revenue bonds, since this is with the water system. But with the issue of that kind of debt, the city council makes a covenant to set the rates equal to pay the debt service. So that's something else. But yeah, bond counsel would be best to ask those questions of.
And in my mind, Amy, I think we have a good story to tell, even if we needed to get voter approval. I think, based on what decisions we make this evening, coupled with the fact that we would be retiring debt year after next. I think those things kind of come together to tell a good story about our stewardship of the dollars, and hopefully would pave the way for something like this. So.
Great. I guess I thought that we could do the water loans without having to go through a bonding process. So that was the only thing that was surprising to me, but I appreciate you all looking at the issue and making the recommendation of where it would best fit with how our financing works.
Yeah, and I'm interested in looking at the loan options like at Water Development Board. Those are great rates, but all money is so cheap right now. I don't know the answer to the question of which would be preferable.
I don't know either. I know that the people who live on Vale and Vance really want the water line fixed. They don't have as many days without water at their houses.
Yeah. And I think, Amber, we've got some things on the agenda later for some infrastructure study related to this type of project, right?
We do. We have this item and then also a CIP for the water system later on.
Okay. Okay, with that, I'm going to table these and we will come back to them in the regular agenda. All right, now I'm going to pull up, well, I'm going to first skip. So I'm skipping the COLAs for now, because those will be, you'll have a choice of 3 different, as we've done in past years, you'll have a choice of none of those or one of those 3. So then I'm skipping those. I'm skipping AF-2, which is the Public Works Vehicle Financing for $7,843. We've already done that, as we talked about before. And so now I'm going to call up exceptional items AF-3. This is the Public Works Certification Pay for $4,200. And we have talked about this in the past, but Amber, if you would just give some brief recap so we know what we're talking about, and then we'll take an unofficial straw poll vote and see if we're going to add it in or not.
Sure. This is something that almost everybody in the water, wastewater industry provides to their employees. It's basically a monthly stipend for each level of certification that they achieve. And so this is to help us be competitive. Right now we have 2 positions open in Public Works and we haven't gotten any applications. And so this would be a tool to help us be competitive. And then just also recognizing those employees who do go after these licenses and then carry them for the city. And I know the council had wanted more, basically a policy around what that would look like. And if you look in item number 27, I put in a draft policy. In that policy, we'll talk about it later. I also asked to extend that education to the management team and then pay for bilingual abilities. But you can see how it's broken out for the licenses for Public Works. And then later on, y'all will be talking about police department, but it lays kind of at how that would all work in that policy.
Any questions for Amber?
Yeah, on the staff that we do have, what are their licenses at this time?
Right now, Nate has his Class D. The Class C is the lowest. He can do work on our system. He can't operate our system. So we have budgeted for him to hopefully achieve his Class C next year. And then Vicky has had her training. She just needs to take her test for the Class 3 wastewater license. And so next year, we hope that she will at least achieve a Class D water license. And we're hopeful that Nate will achieve his Class 3 wastewater license. And Class 3 is the minimum it takes to operate our wastewater system.
Okay, Nate has Class C now or Class B?
Class D.
Oh, D, okay.
Yes.
I thought you said B and it wasn't progressing in the right order that way.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Amber on this item? All right, just as a reminder, this is a work session, not an official meeting, but I'm going to call the vote like it were an official meeting. So we can take a straw poll on these to know if they're included in the budget or not. So I'm going to move to adopt the Public Works Certification Pay for $4,200. And I don't need a second because it's not even really an official vote. So, but I'll go around and ask for ayes and nays. Amy?
Aye.
Buck?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
And do we have Wendy? She's not on my screen. Okay. And I vote aye. So 4-0, we're going to, okay, here's the moment of truth, Ashley. Boom, look at that work. Good job. So now you see, if you're confused by my explanation earlier, So the numbers in the yellow box now have changed, and we now have 128,192 left under a no new revenue rate. We have 175,708 left to do exceptional items under the voter approval rate, and we have 237,478 under the de minimis rate for exceptional items. Good job, Ashley. Moment of truth there. Okay, moving on to and calling up item AF-4. This is a 2% longevity pay for non-PD employees. I meant to mention this earlier. This is also a new item that we have not previously talked about. I'll take a stab at it, and then Amber or Ashley can help fill in the blank. So most or many state governments and local governments have a longevity system in place to try to reduce their turnover and their attrition rate. The state has a very similar thing that they do on a monthly basis. It came to our attention that our police department has this embedded in their pay scale under their step and grade pay scale. It's not something that we have done for non-PD employees before, but it is a common practice, and it's probably a pretty good idea to try to encourage that longevity within our staff. This is separate and apart from a COLA discussion, because this is meant to incentivize people to stay longer, not necessarily to adjust their entry level salary on a COLA type consideration. So that's sort of the explanation. Amber, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to let Ashley take this one. I think what you said was great.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you covered it, Gavin. It's already built into the police department pay scale, and we wanted to attempt to just kind of provide some equity across the other, non-police department employees. So that's the purpose of this item.
All right, any questions for Ashley? Okay, with that, I'm going to move to adopt 2% longevity pay for non-PD employees to equal them, or to put them on similar grounds to the police department. Let's take a straw poll. Amy?
Aye.
Sarah? Or did you have a question, Sarah?
I did. I had a quick question. So does this include all staff that are not in the police department?
It wouldn't include contract, but I think it would include everyone else. Is that right, Ashley?
That's correct.
Okay, so even people under contract.
Correct.
Okay.
Doesn't include me.
The one person that we have under contract.
That's right. The one person.
Yeah, that's correct.
So wait a minute, you said it does not, or it does?
It does not.
Okay, I just trying to figure out what the basis was for the 15,000. So
Yeah. Okay, cool. Does
okay, yes,
that convince you? Okay, cool. Buck, where are you?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that one exceptional item AF-4 is approved. Ashley, show us what we won. All right, so there you have it, and your new numbers at the bottom in terms of what we have to work with. I'll now pull up exceptional item 100-10-1. And I'm going to, and this was, staff brought us this as a recommendation. I think we all believe that it's a great conversation to have. You'll notice the numbers at the bottom at our disposal for the rest of the exceptional items, 112, 160, and 222. Obviously, none of those cover this one exceptional item on its own. And so I'm going to move to table this item. That said, I think it's for all of those listening, we are getting to a point where we're going to have to make some decisions on our city hall. It is an old structure. It is continuing to have some maintenance issues, and most importantly, we have some really great staff that we've assembled over the last several years, and they are all sitting and working on top of one another. And so we're going to have to make some decisions to give them some more room and to also bolster that structure for the next, the next 50 years. We've got lots of options at our disposal. Well, not lots, but we have some options at our disposal to include remodeling, refurbishing, starting over from scratch, which my guess is there's probably not a lot of appetite for that, but those are the discussions we need to have. Staff and some of the council members have done a good job in reaching out to the fire department. There may be some opportunity there for some cost sharing where they would locate one of their vehicles and help pay for some of this. Anyway, all great discussions to have, but none of which we can afford the architectural fees today with the budget that we have remaining and what we have available at our disposal to adopt in terms of a rate. So with that, I'm tabling 100-10-1. So Ashley, if you would say not approved and put a 0 in. Okay. That we will call up, well, I'm going to skip 100-40-1. Again, that's the 2 patrol vehicles and outfitting, the financing agreement that we approved some time ago. It's already baked into the base budget, so you don't have to worry about that one. And then I'm going to call up exceptional item 100-40-2. This is police department certification pay. Amber, will you talk to us about this or recognize whoever you want to do that?
Chief, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. So similar as to how we described for the public works employees, there are certifications which are standard in our industry, recognizing training and education acquired by officers throughout their careers. When I presented my recruiting and retention analysis study to the council in February of 2020, of all the departments that I looked at to compile my data, every one of them did offer this this certification pay. In your packet, there should be a 2-page breakdown that will show you the officers that we have that would qualify, as well as there are 4 levels of certification. We're only proposing that we pay for 3. We have 2 officers who are either basic or are not yet basic. And then we have 1 that is intermediate, 1 that is advanced, and 4 that have obtained the master certification. And again, you can look at the breakdown of hours required, in some cases specific courses. And then there's opportunities for associates, bachelor's, and master's degrees to speed up the time frame that TCOL requires. So all the requirements to get this certification is through TCOL, and TCOL is the one that issues the certification, and then we would in turn recognize that through certification pays if we were to go along with the other agencies in our region.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Chief?
Do you anticipate anybody right now from the numbers that you just gave us, that adds up to $9,000 for the year.
Correct.
That does not account for anybody getting any education pay, unless that's would be a separate budget item, or bilingual pay, or advancing their level, or adding a new officer that would get into the program during the year.
Yeah, good question. So these are separate than the bilingual pay, which I'll let City Administrator Lewis speak to that. But I believe the educational pay, it'd be an either or, and then I think, so I don't, there wouldn't be, I believe, a scenario where an officer would be paid as a masterpiece officer and for having a master's degree or a bachelor's degree. It'd be a either or, and if you look at the pay scale, it really, there's no advantage to one or the other. In terms of personnel changing, we don't anticipate any of the, based on the criteria, because it's not just the amount of hours you take, there's also some years involved. We don't anticipate any of our current staff within the next budget year obtaining any higher level of certification. There is an opportunity, of course, where we have a vacancy, we might hire an individual that comes to us with some certification. But my thought was this pay would be added to the stipend pay, and we should have sufficient monies in there to cover. And the opposite could happen too. We could lose somebody that takes that certification pay with them. So there's flexibility built within our stipend pay system as it exists.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that $9,000 would cover everything we needed.
Yes, very prudent. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? I guess my only comment, Chief, is, I'm going to stick with you on this one this evening. And I hope that we've got this thing dialed in after this one. We've done a lot of work on the step and grade pay scale. We've done a lot of things the last 2 years. And I hope this is the final piece of the puzzle for you. Because we're well above 50% of our entire budget going to the police department now, and we've got some other things we need to work on. So I'm hoping this gets you there.
Yes, sir. No, I appreciate all the council's efforts, and this will put us on salary par in our region. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, good deal. With that, unless there are other questions, would move to adopt the police department certification pay $9,000 and take a straw. Oh, Amy's got a question. What you got?
I just want to say that I hope that we could predict that we have our pay scale set, but given that other people around us change theirs, I suppose that at some point in time we have to adapt when others change theirs to make sure that we remain competitive. But I appreciate how Chief Brady has done so much research into this, and I also hope that this gives us a good base to remain competitive, even if there's changes around us.
Thank you. I think obviously we're going to have to reassess every several years, but I think if we continue with the scale and COLAs, we should not slip behind, short of just other jurisdictions just really up in their game. But that's, as for now, this would put us right on par in the Austin region.
Thanks for all that work, Chief Brady.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll continue with the straw poll. Amy?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Buck?
Aye.
Gavin? Aye. All right, if you will, that one in. Okay, with that, council, I'm going to take us now back up to I'd like us to make some COLA decisions before we take on this last big ticket item for the water meters. So if we could skip back up, and I'm going to call up simultaneously AF1A, AF1B, and AF1C. As we've done in years past, these are the COLAs, cost of living adjustments, that we have an opportunity to do for our city and for our staff, all of our staff, not including our contract employee, but this does include all of staff or a cost of living adjustment. I will open it up for dialogue and discussion. I think we have had this discussion enough times in the past that we sort of all understand what's in front of us. The cost under column C is the cost for COLA at 1% is $16,192. The cost of the COLA at 2% is $34,572. And the cost for a COLA at 3% is $48,575. I'll just kind of tell council generally where I am. You know, I feel like with the adoption of AF4 for the longevity component of the salary, I think that's, while they are not the same, I think that we can sort of kind of consider some of that together. In my mind, you know, I'm always sort of for a 2% cost of living adjustment. I think it's until proven otherwise, it's what the historical typical inflation rate has been. One might argue that with the longevity pay and the COLA at 2% this year, you know, that would be a little bit more than what we usually do. But I would say, although the historical inflation rate has been about 2%, if you've been paying attention to the markets, that is not where we are. That is not the trajectory that we're on right now. It remains to be seen what that inflation rate is going to look like through the rest of the next 12 months. But I would personally be comfortable with doing the 2% COLA and knowing that we've combined it with the longevity pay to make sure we're taking care of our folks through what will hopefully be the end of the pandemic and what very well may be some inflationary pressures on all of us. So, but I'm open to discussion. I mean, I'm also happy to just make the motion for a 2% COLA, but I'm open to discussion if anybody has any. Sarah?
Hey, can you explain how the 2% longevity pay is assigned? Is that done like once a year and everybody that was here last year gets 2%, or you have to be here for a certain number of years before you start getting credit for that, or how does that get assigned?
Ashley, will you help me out with that one? I know it is based on years of service, but I don't, like the state I know does it on months of service. I don't know if we had contemplated if we were going to do it months of service, years of service. How are we thinking about that?
I'm not sure we contemplated, you know, either way. I think our plan was just for if you had been here last year, obviously any new employees hired after the fiscal year would not be included in that number.
So my thought, Sarah, is, you know, we've got these dollars in there. I think they're crunched on an annual basis. What I would probably say once we get it, now that, you know, if it's included in the budget, which it looks like it will be, I would say that we probably get with Ashley and I can get a sense of how the state does it very easily. We could maybe get a sense of how some of the other cities do it. My thought would be that there would be a you know, blackout period for some months or a year, you know, some sort of, you know, they have to actually have the longevity before they start getting longevity pay. And then my thought would be that it's probably prorated out at a monthly basis. But we would look at that. I think once we get it budgeted, we would look at that and then come back with an actual policy that we would adopt. Is that how you would do it, Amber?
Yeah, I think so. And I think typically is, you know, similarly to what the police department is doing, when they move up on the scale, it's at their anniversary date, which is their date of hire. And so I envision the same for this 2% longevity pay that, you know, 1 year after they've been here for a year, they get this 2%. And then, you know, each year on their anniversary date, they would get the 2%. If that makes sense.
Sure. I didn't know what the basis was for the dollar amount we have in there for the longevity pay and how that was figured. And, you know, we've had instances in the past where somebody was hired in September and then we did a COLA and a month later they got a raise. And it's like, they've been here for a month, you know? And so on the longevity pay, it seemed like there would have to be some actual criteria for longevity before that was implemented, and I didn't know if that had been
That's a good, yeah, that's a
thought
good,
out yet.
yeah, that's a great point, Sarah. And actually that, I think the way you laid it out, Amber, is the right way to do it, because then you're always incentivizing for people to go that extra
Yes. And-
distance. Yeah.
Yeah, and recognition for their experience and institutional knowledge of having been in Rollingwood for a year. It's valuable to us, and it's important to compensate and recognize them for that service.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I'm going to throw it out and we'll straw poll it and see if we need to go a different direction. But I'll go ahead and move for a cost of living adjustment, 2% increase for all staff. And that would be a cost of $34,572. We'll start there. And if you have a problem with that motion, say it when I poll you. So Amy,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Buck,
Aye.
Gavin, aye. All right. 2% it is. Feel like our staff would be appreciative of that. I hope so. Amber, please pass on to everyone what a great job we think they're doing.
I will. Thank
Actually,
you.
I'll use that time to thank everyone as we come to this last exceptional item. Everyone did an outstanding job on setting their base budgets this year. Kudos to Amber for working with all of her department heads. Abel, as always, we couldn't do it without you. Ashley, as always, I'm just in love with this nerdy Excel spreadsheet. You did a great job. So kudos to everyone for setting a really solid base budget. And I think we're going to see that come to fruition when we get to this yellow box here in a minute. But we appreciate you all keeping a very tight budget and keeping a very frugal eye on our taxpayer dollars. And thank you all for working with us to do that. And you've earned your 2% COLA this year. So. Okay, with that, and did you add that in, Ashley? Yes. Okay, so as we get to the last exceptional item, I'll go ahead and call up exceptional item water wastewater 1. Exceptional item for digital water meters at 108. So this is the last exceptional item that we have for consideration this evening. The dollars that we have at our disposal are reflected now in the yellow box down below. Under the no new revenue tax rate, you've got 69,397. Under the voter approval rate, you've got 116,913. And under the 8% de minimis rate, you've got 178,683. And with that, I'm going to open up a discussion on the digital water meters. Amber, will you run through this with us again?
Sure. I think we all recognize that our meters are old. I think over 80% of them have over 1 million gallons on them, which means they are less accurate to the good of the customer, which is fine, but it doesn't help our water system and help us pay for the water improvements that we need. And so we would like to install digital water meters. I think our residents would enjoy them. I know we did a pilot program for those and they were successful with the folks that had them. And what we can do is it's kind of like a finance, but there's no interest involved. Basically, we would pay out over 3 years for these digital water meters. It'd be $108,000 every year. We did, if you remember in the last council meeting, we do have some funds left over from the American Rescue Plan Act. I think about 40,000, something like that, that we could put toward this digital water meter project. So it may not be the whole 108,000 as it impacts the tax rate. So that's, any questions?
So Amber, you think we have those federal funds that came or are coming to us? You think that's about 40,000?
I think we'll have about 40,000 left to do the digital water meters. Y'all approved automating the lift stations and backup power in emergencies for the lift stations. And then I think you purchased like 3 years of that subscription service for our very cool, something we're very excited about, automation for our lift stations. And so after that, we have about $40,000 left over, and y'all voted to allocate that to the digital water meters.
And so Amber, add 69,000 and 40,000. Tell me what you get.
109,000.
I think that's a sign from above.
Solid budgeting.
Yes. So with that discussion, council, here's where I am on this item. You know, I would like to move to budget $69,397. No, I'll just do 69,000. What I'd like to do is make a motion to allocate 69,000 to this effort, knowing that we have federal funds that we anticipate being able to use for this project, which will put us $397 to the good under the no new revenue rate. And as my council colleagues know, I like to make a motion to do the no new revenue tax rate, and I'm not always successful in that, but I'm telegraphing my past to you of what the discussion will be later. But regardless of that future decision, I think for the digital water meters, I think it makes sense to try to allocate the 69,000 and then know that we've got the federal funds to finish off the rest of it. Are there any questions, thoughts, comments? Amy?
If we allocated that 69,000 to digital water meters and then we have a remainder left, could any of it go towards my water infrastructure item? Or would we then look at the architectural fees?
Either one. I mean, we still wouldn't have enough for the architectural fees. I mean, I think probably some type of water project would be probably where I would lean.
I mean, I know that you and I typically have different rates, so I'm usually more of the voter approval rate.
Yeah.
Better, which is what happened last year after you diligently tailored us down to the no new revenue rate.
I remember getting outvoted. I recall that.
And so I don't know if I would have the votes either way, but I just to have the conversation. I mean, I could see where on the architectural fees, we also, if we didn't have the full amount, it's possible we could go to the Westlake Fire Department and find out what budget they have, since they have a larger budget than we do. And since they get all the sales tax revenue from Westlake Hills. And so that would be potentially to try to get the architectural fees covered, or we could go ahead and put more money in towards the water projects now so that we can really start addressing some of the issues that people are raising about the water infrastructure.
Yeah, I guess where I am is, I feel like it's a good story to tell the community if we adopt the no new revenue rate. We show that we have a bare bones. I'm not gonna say bare bones. I mean, I think we've done some good stuff. We've done some innovative stuff. There are good things in the base budget as well. If anyone wants to take a look at the overall base budget, these exceptional items are just the things that sort of didn't fall under a must do or a project that had kind of already been started. So these are kind of the new things on the agenda. I think we've got some great stuff in the budget, but I do think we've been, very frugal and good stewards of the dollars. I think it's a good story to tell to be able to adopt the no new revenue tax rate. And then sort of take a step back and be ready to have the dialogue with the community about the fact that we have some debt that's going to be retired in the next few years. We've been very good stewards regarding the actual rate that we've adopted, and then really have a thoughtful and substantive, respectful discussion about some bonding opportunities for facilities, for water, for some of those things. Hopefully not, not an astronomical number, but, some dollars that the city needs to do some of these larger specialized projects. I think that's a good story to tell and have the conversation with the community about. And I don't think we've lost anything by doing the no new revenue rate, because we still have time. Because if we issued, if we had a bond election, all that would be, going forward in the next budget cycle. So that's why I'm for the no new. I think this budget, the base budget, and these exceptional items show that we can do what we need to do under existing, the existing no new revenue tax rate, which is actually a lower rate than it sets today. And then we kind of push the reset button and have a separate and new conversation about the other things, as opposed to adopting a higher rate just so that we've got some extra cash on hand. Because honestly, the extra cash on hand that we would have would be 116,913 or 178,683. Neither of those really are enough to put a real dent in anything. And so in my mind, the story to tell and the conversation to be had by adopting the no new revenue rate is honestly worth 116,000 to me, to show everyone that we've been good stewards and we didn't just adopt a higher rate just so that we had money in the bank, until we really knew what the projects were, how we wanted to approach them, and a more comprehensive look at a bigger package. So that's my thought process on it. That's kind of where I am.
Well, and I hear you on that, because the difference between the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate is only about $47,000, which is not going to get us very many feet of new pipe.
Right. Nothing. Correct.
And even the de minimis rate is only 109,000, which again is not going to do probably what the issues are on Vance and Vale. So I hear your story. I appreciate you framing it that way.
We'll see how you vote. But I appreciate that.
I know how she's voting.
I'm gonna get her this year.
I actually agree with you, to tell you the truth. I agree with adopting that rate. What I don't agree with is that the citizens of the community would not hijack that conversation when it's time for that to come to actually do things that would improve the community.
I'm a half glass full kind of guy. I have faith.
Yeah.
I think everybody's gonna, but I think that's incumbent on us to have the dialogue, right? And I think part of that, in my mind, part of that starts now with the rate that we adopt, and the process that we go through to get to that rate. And I think, for those who watch and have watched our budget process kind of evolve over the last several years, I feel like there's always room for improvement, but I really feel like we've come kind of light years in terms of our budgeting from where we started at, 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I'm proud of that for all of us who have been part of that. And I think staff has done a great job. I think we are really kind of beginning to hone in on the right way to go about budgeting, in a very transparent way that we make these decisions and get to the bottom line. And, I think that it will be appreciated by the community to see, again, the hard numbers are not huge, but I think the process sort of speaks to our ability to approach these things in the right way. And, again, glass half full. I hope that that would bear fruit if we go out and have some dialogue and start some discussions about some larger projects.
I love your positivity. I just don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. That's a discussion for another day.
Fair enough.
Let's vote on this.
Well,
All
can
right.
I ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any tax note capacity left?
We will not, after well, I guess it'll depend on the votes, but that is on the agenda tonight and the,
Oh, not the existing tax notes. Take out
I'm
additional
sorry.
tax.
Yeah,
Yeah, I should have clarified. Thanks.
I don't know the answer to that question. Amber, what's our cap on that?
I don't think there is a cap on that. It's a shorter term length. It's 7 years. And so the annual payments, it depends on how much you borrow, and then they might be a little high, and it might, you would have to set the tax rate to cover those payments, but I don't think there is a cap.
Okay, so good question, Amy. Yeah, and so some of those things could be options, especially if we look forward and look at what type of debt we're retiring year after next, and what is that trend? What type of tax note debt could we take out for that thing? As we retire old debt, what do we have left to take out on tax notes? Like, that could be a discussion, and that would be a wash in terms of the effect on the INS rate. So yeah, I think those are good discussions. And in my mind, those are the types of things that we would have a discussion with the community to say, listen, here are kind of the options on the table, right? There's sort of the Cadillac, there's just a nice Chevy truck, and then there's the Yugo. And we can have that discussion and see kind of where people fall. And to Buck's point, maybe the consensus is, hey, we think you should do, just go do your tax notes and make sure it doesn't hit my INS rate, and then I don't care what you do. I don't know, maybe that's where people are, or maybe people want, maybe it's not a brand new Cadillac, maybe it's like a used Cadillac. I don't know. I don't know what the will of the people would be, but I think that's the discussion we need to start having. And I think, beginning that discussion on the heels of a current budget cycle, while we still have a whole year to kind of tee that up going into the next budget cycle, I think is the right way to approach that. All right, so we do need to keep moving. So I'm gonna move to allocate $69,000 for digital water meter replacements. And I will go around and poll folks. Amy?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Buck?
Aye.
Gavin, aye. Okay.
Oh, I'm here now, Gavin. This is
Oh,
Wendy.
Hey, I'm sorry, Wendy.
Hey, that's
Sorry.
okay. I
Oh,
snuck
see you
in.
down there in the corner. Sure, I look odd when I'm looking away.
I'm
from
an
it.
I.
All right, thanks, Wendy. 69,000, and you got that? All right, Ashley. Okay, members, great job on this budget. Bringing in the final tally at a $397 to the good. That is some tight budgeting, folks. Well done. Amber, do you have anything else on this?
I do not.
Okay, so here are the next steps, council. Tonight, and we'll be getting to this shortly once we adjourn this work group meeting, but here's just so you have in your mind kind of what we're doing next. So the decisions that we have polled tonight will be included in the base budget. We still have to make decisions on the tax rate. Again, the yellow box for those who are just joining us, that's what we would have left over in the budget in terms of unallocated funds under each one of those rates. So the decisions that we made tonight, though, will get rolled into the final budget. When we move into our to our regular council meeting, we're going to have a public hearing on the budget tonight. So we'll have kind of some of this discussion again. It'll be very brief now that we've done so much in the work group. We will then vote to postpone the budget vote to September 15th. We will do the same thing for the tax rates. We'll have both a hearing on the tax rates, and then we'll have a vote to postpone the decision on the tax rate until September 15th. And then we'll come back on September 15th for the vote. So that's kind of what's left to do in front of us this evening, and on the 15th. Amber, did I mess any of that up, or Ashley, or Abel?
Got it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Gavin. And thank you, Abel and Amber, Ashley, and the rest of the team that worked on this, council, for thoughtful insights. With that, we will move out of our budget workshop and into public hearings. We're going to open the public hearing on the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. This is where members of the public, you guys are welcome to raise your hand, and please let council know if you have thoughts or concerns on anything you've heard discussed this evening. Again, we'd ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And sorry, just for clarity, there are 3 dots in the bottom of your screen, maybe labeled as more. If you click on that, you can click to raise your hand, and then Ash will know you're interested in speaking.
And if you're calling in by phone, it is *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Ashley. You see any hands raised for this one?
At this time, there are no hands raised.
Great. Well, Gavin, I think that is a resounding thumbs up to an excellent job.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
At that point, we will go ahead and move on to item 5, discussion. This is again, public hearing. Discussion possible action to postpone the final vote on the 2021-2022 budget to September 15, 2021. So again, this is open to the public, but also ready for action from council.
I move to postpone the final vote on the 2021-2022 budget to September 15th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin, a second from Amy. Comments, discussion, council? Any hands raised from the public, Ashley?
No.
Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and call for a vote then. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
and Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Great. Thank you, council. Motion passes. We'll move on to item 6, public hearing on the fiscal year 2021-2022 tax rate. So these are the 3 rates that were discussed previously. Do we have anything from the public?
At this time, there are no hands raised.
Great. With that, then 3, 2, 1, we'll close that public hearing and move on to item 7, discussion possible action to postpone the final vote on the 2021-2022 tax rate to September 15th, 2021.
Move to postpone the final vote on the 2021-2022 tax rate to September 15th, 2021.
Second.
Sarah won.
Who wants it? Sarah got it?
Yeah.
We have a motion from Gavin, a second from Sarah. Do we have any comments, council? No discussion? Any hands, Ashley?
No,
Nope.
sir.
Go ahead, call the vote then. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Great, thanks. Okay, the ayes have it. And we'll move on to item 8, public hearing on a proposed project for the tax note series 2020. This is for the design and construction for drainage improvements at Nixon Pleasant. That is estimated to cost $1 million. will commence construction on or around during January 2022 and will improve public safety during flooding conditions. Indeed, necessary easements will be secured after project is designed. This is open for public comment.
We have any of our friends from the intersection?
I do not see any hands raised. I'm trying to be patient and give everybody a little bit of a chance. I think that's Kevin Shell. I assume it's Kevin. Sorry, it's not your last name, or your last name isn't appearing, but I'm assuming it's Kevin Shell.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the council for taking this seriously over the last year, 18 months that we've been talking about this and getting us to the point we got here. I speak for all my neighbors that we're really looking forward to getting this problem solved, and really just everybody's been great taking this, talking with us and working through this. And of course, we'd like to go faster, but we're glad we're getting there. So just even for the vote, thanks for getting to this point. So that's all I have.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you for all your leadership. I know Sarah and I both appreciate it. You've been the tip of the spear down there for your neighbors and have done a great job. Mike also done a great job. Thanks for working with us. I know government moves slow, in this case, extremely slow. We haven't always gotten it right, but I think we're on the verge of doing some good stuff. And so I appreciate all your leadership on it.
Much appreciated.
And I agree, you know, I would like it faster as well. And I commit, I don't know if AV's on and listening, but I commit to you, Kevin, to continue to be the yin to AV's yang in terms of timeline, and continue to try to push. I think it's important that we get it right and not just rush. But I think it's important that we design it to fix the problem as opposed to just giving a dollar amount and trying to, you know, unfortunately hamstring ourselves. I think we're finally in a position to do it right and have enough funds to do it right. So I commit to continuing to try to push it out quicker than what is, you know, posted here. But I think we can continue to make some progress on it regardless.
Yeah, if my camera was on, you'd see my head nodding right now at all.
Okay,
I know Mike, Jerry, Duncan, and David all would be doing the same. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Any other hands? I don't see any. We good? Thank you, Ashley. In that case, we'll move on to item 9, discussion possible action to approve tax note series 2020 funding for the design and construction for drainage improvements at Nixon Pleasant. That is estimated to cost $1 million. Will commence construction on or around January 2020. Will improve public safety during flooding conditions, and necessary easements will be secured after project is designed. So council, this one's teed up for your action and consideration and action.
I move to approve the tax note series 2020 funding for the design and construction for drainage improvements at Nixon Pleasant that is estimated to cost $1 million. Will commence construction on or around January 2022 and will improve public safety during flooding conditions, and necessary easements will be secured after project is designed. Sarah?
Sorry, I said second, but I was muted.
I thought Sarah left me hanging on our big co-chair project here.
I saw her moving to it. I just didn't want to interrupt. We have a motion from Gavin and a second from Sarah. Do we have any thoughts or comments, discussion, council?
I don't, and Sarah, we can kind of, I don't know if you've got anything to add. Again, just echo what we'd already said. Thanks to all the neighbors for working with us on this. One note, you know, this item and then the item that's coming up, you know, we're talking about $1 million. Obviously, we've already spent some dollars. And so just so I'm clear with council, you know, I feel like that this is hopefully kind of the outside edge. We may have to, and it's an estimated cost, right? And so we may, with these tax notes, we may have to shift some additional funding maybe to Pleasant Nixon because it's a little bit more complex, and try to save some dollars over on the other project. But this this kind of gets us in a ballpark so that we know that we are basically using all of these tax notes for these two projects. It doesn't mean though that we might not have to move around some of the total allocated funds before it's all said and done. But this will kind of get us in the ballpark and get us going down the right road. So I just wanted to make that point. And we've talked about these issues for years at this point. So Sarah, do you want to add anything?
I think you covered it.
All right, let's rock and roll then.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. I'll call the vote if there's nothing else. Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Great, thanks. And Gavin, Sarah, thank you very much. Great work getting this done. We'll open up a public hearing on a proposed project for tax note series 2020 design and construction for drainage improvements at Hubbard, Hatley, Pickwick. That is estimated to cost $1 million. Will commence construction on or around January 2022. Will improve public safety during flooding conditions, and necessary easements will be secured after project is designed. Do we have any members from the public that wish to comment on this?
We have
Duncan.
Duncan Ashworth.
Hi, Duncan.
Yes, hi. I was just curious when the next plan review is going to be.
Thanks, Duncan, and thanks for being here. And also thank you for all your help and leadership and cooperation. And that's a great question. Amber, we heard from AB. I know that you had some conversation with him on where he is on design.
Yeah, they will be submitting, once they get to 60%, they will give it to city staff and the council liaisons, and we'll check it over and make sure they're on the right track. And once we're there, then we'll continue with design.
And
Is there a date?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believe, let me look at my email real quick. Let me
Okay.
see.
And while you do that, Duncan, I had a conversation with Kevin earlier, and as we move kind of into this next phase too, I think he and I talked, we'll try to maybe put a recurring kind of update to the neighbors so that we kind of keep that communication. We've tried to do that communication on a stakeholder meeting basis so far, but as we kind of move into this next phase, we'll probably, it's probably a good idea for us to try to schedule, and it'll be helpful for Sarah and myself too, to have sort of a standing check-in so that we get an update too, and we'll try to communicate that to the neighbors as well.
Okay.
They have it scheduled to be submitted to the city at the end of September, the 60% design completion.
Okay. Okay, and that'll include us for review and.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. End of September. Thank you.
Thanks, Duncan. Any other hands? Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Oh man, you guys have shifted around on me now. Here we go. Sarah Hudson. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Wait. Are we on 10 or did we open up 11?
Oh, apologies. You're right. Sorry, that was 10. With no other public comment, I'll call up 11. Oh, hi, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
Hi there. My apologies if I'm behind. I just was wondering why there is a $1 million provision for the drainage issues that is prioritized ahead of the issues that we have in several places on our main water lines that continue to break and cause issues. I know that's a larger discussion on the entire system, but was there not a consideration for those in the most urgent need right now, as opposed to the flooding, as the water that comes into our homes is an immediate health concern?
Well, I'll take a stab at some of it. Earlier when we were talking about the Nixon Pleasant project, that project has been actually on the city's to-do list. Not really just a to-do list, but some real property damage to these homes in this vicinity of Pleasant Nixon, because it is the low point to over 120 acres of drainage field. And we've been working, and Kevin Shell can certainly attest, Mike Marin can attest. We've been working for many years to try to figure out a solution to the Pleasant Nixon problem. I know that we've gone through at least 3 mayors who have worked on that project, and we have not been able to remedy it to date, but we are on the verge of doing that. And then the Hubbard Hatley Pickwick project has probably even a longer history with the city, to include litigation, to include settlement agreements, to include a number of legal avenues that have been pursued over the years. And that also, we have spent many years trying to correct, fix, appease neighbors in that area. And both of these projects actually have resulted in some level of property damage from stormwater drainage and that sort of thing. So I hear you in terms of the water system. I don't know if you joined for the budget work session, but we had somewhat of a long dialogue about some of those needs that are being queued up to be addressed. We've got at least 2 agenda items on the agenda tonight to address exactly what you're talking about. The first, probably most important, is to do the infrastructure improvement plan for the water system. And then a dialogue that Amy Patillo put on the agenda to look at some bond proceeds for those projects. So they're not quite as far along in the planning process as these 2 items, but they're certainly, the issues that you're talking about are certainly on the radar.
Thank you. I understand that. I would just only add that there are a couple of places in the neighborhood that this has also transpired with considerable expense and property damage to individual owners. And so I hope that the process is not held up for 3 years while we do the overall thing, and that maybe we could look at this and eating the elephant in bite-sized chunks as well to address those that are in the most immediate need.
Great. And we'll hopefully have you at our side when we have the discussion with the community about additional bond proceeds to do some of these things.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I don't see any other hands. I'll give you a second. All right, not seeing any then. Move on to item 11, discussion possible action to approve the tax note series 2020 funding for the design and construction for drainage improvements at Hubbard Hatley Pickwick. And those estimated cost $1 million will commence construction on or around January 2020, will improve public safety during flooding conditions, and necessary easements will be secured after the project is designed. So Gabby, as you correctly pointed out earlier, it is now in the council's court.
I move to approve the tax note series 2020 funding for the design and construction for drainage improvements at Hubbard Hatley Pickwick that is estimated to cost $1 million, will commence construction on or around January 2022, will improve public safety during flooding conditions, and necessary easements will be secured after the project is designed. That's my motion.
We have a motion from Gavin. Do we have a second, council?
Second.
I think Wendy won that one. So we have a second. We have a second from Wendy. Any discussion, council?
I'll just point out one more thing. We had the discussion last month. Thank you, Amber. So Amber did pull the settlement agreement related to this area and the litigation and the settlement agreement that was entered into. And she has visited with AB about that, and it is on the radar. So make sure and check those boxes as we go. I think AB felt like it was doable. Amber, just a to-do side note, we still need to have a follow-up with AB to make, there are a couple of points there that I want to make sure that we're all clear on. So, but just so council knows, we are, that we want to make sure that we do this project and do it right under the terms of things we've agreed to. So.
Appreciate the clarity, Gavin. Anything else, council? Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye. Sorry.
There we go. That's a Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Amy, you've fallen off my screen. You still there? There you are. Amy,
Here. Aye.
great. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you very much, council, for everything. And this, at this point, we're going to open up presentation. Discussion possible action for City of Rollingwood's annual MS4 report. This is water quality for the rest of us. Do we have the representatives from K-Freeze here, and are they ready to present?
And Mayor,
Yes.
before Lauren starts, I just want to add that this is a requirement of our MS4 permit to have this education. And so that's why they're here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Amber. Lauren, glad to have you. Thanks for being here. Are you going to be sharing a screen with us tonight, or are you just giving us a spoken report?
I would like to share my screen, just a couple slides.
Perfect.
All right, so I just wanted to give a brief kind of overview of what a municipal separate storm sewer system, also referred to as an MS4, is. The purpose of an MS4 is to prevent pollutants from entering the storm sewer system and help prevent the degradation of receiving waters and protect both wildlife and human health. Some examples of pollutants include sediment from construction sites, oil from vehicles that can enter the storm sewer systems, and then spills from accidents on roadways. Kind of the broad overview of how the permitting works is that TCEQ issues a general permit to discharge to surface waters under the guidelines of the EPA Clean Water Act and the Texas Water Code. Rollingwood submits all the compliance plans and annual reports to TCEQ on a regular basis. As part of the compliance with the MS4 permit, Rollingwood has to create a stormwater management program that's updated every 5 years. The last plan was updated in 2019, so we have a couple years before we'll have to revisit this plan. And council members, the entire storm water management plan was included in your council packets if you want to go over that in more detail. I'm just going to hit on a few of kind of the highlights for compliance. The table at the end of that stormwater management plan in your packet goes over in more detail the minimum control measures and best management practices for managing the quality of the stormwater discharge in the city. As part of the annual report, we have to abide by these 5 main categories for the minimum control measures that are included in the stormwater management plan and that are required to be met for the MS4 and for the annual reporting. Just kind of pointing out a couple of the items under these broad categories that are in this stormwater management plan. The public education outreach includes items such as this presentation to general outreach and presentations to the community and council. We also work on distributing informational flyers to the citizens, and then as well as putting pertinent information on the city website. The second item is the illicit discharge and detection, which includes training by city staff to help them identify those illicit discharges, and then as well as enforcing penalties for any discharges that are noticed in the community. The third item is construction site stormwater runoff. Some of the items included under this are site plan reviews as well as inspections. Post-construction stormwater management is the fourth measurable control measure or minimum control measure. And this includes penalty-based enforcement, again, for any of that illicit discharge, and reviewing zoning changes that happen in the community. And then the last item is pollution prevention and good housekeeping. Some of these items include maintaining city vehicles, street sweeping, and then cleaning and maintaining the storm sewer system. The city's been doing a great job at complying with all the measures of the MS4. And we've been working with them to help track everything and provide assistance where needed. This annual report is submitted every year for the 5 years under the current permit. And that's the brief MS4 presentation.
Lauren, thank you very much for taking time walking us through it. Council, do you have any questions or thoughts for Lauren? I'm not seeing any. Lauren, we'll let you go for the evening, and we deeply appreciate, again, we appreciate your time.
Thanks.
I think, is Lauren going to handle the discussion on the pool impervious cover?
Yes, she is.
Okay, so
Sorry, Lauren, best laid plans. You're back.
can't let you leave just yet.
I'll hang around.
Good deal. Thank you. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda.
Do we need to adopt anything on 12? Or not?
No.
Amber, I
No,
don't think.
it was
do we?
just education for the city council, and
Okay.
it is one of our benchmarks in our permit.
Okay, I just didn't know what the possible action was, so all good. Keep moving.
Maybe if you didn't like the presentation, I suppose.
Okay, got it.
Okay, with that, again, we'll call it the consent agenda.
Move approval of this consent agenda.
Second.
A motion is second. Discussion. Nope. Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Gavin Maskell.
Aye.
Okay, the consent agenda passes. And with that, we will call up discussion, possible action regarding the impervious cover plan for the Western Hills Athletic Club tennis court expansion project. Sarah, this is your item, and I'm happy to allow you to provide some context for council before anyone considers action.
Okay. The plans that the Western Hills Athletic Club has submitted for adding additional tennis courts at their facility requires, because it's in a park zone, there's an impervious cover limit of 50%. And when the initial plans were submitted, there was not a site-wide impervious cover plan included. So our previous city engineer did not have that to review and approve when the rest of the plans were approved from a drainage standpoint. So that issue was brought up a number of months ago, and Western Hills submitted an impervious cover plan in May, I believe, which shows that they are at 49.91% by their calculations. And there are a number of representations on that plan that I don't think are, that I've been trying to get some clarification on, let me put it that way. I have been unable to get a response from Western Hills or their landscape architect. I submitted my questions to them. I've also submitted them to the city engineer. They've given me some response, but I've not gotten a full response to any of those things. Any number of the questions that I asked are enough to throw them over the 50% limit. And before this gets approved, I think we need to resolve those issues and make sure we have an accurate representation of what their plan includes and make sure that they are meeting the 50% limit, because if they don't, then that would be another thing that would need to be rectified somehow or submitted to the Board of Adjustments for a variance. And that has not been requested yet either. So happy to go over the questions that I have. I would love for Kay Freeze to respond to any of those questions that I submitted. Just want to make sure that we are
Sorry,
giving an accurate presentation of what they are proposing and what the impervious cover total is that their plans comprise.
And sorry, just for my clarity, Sarah, thank you for the introduction. For my clarity, the plans that have been submitted by Western Hills do represent 49%, or they represent greater than 49%?
By their account, they represent 49.91%. But there are some things that are represented on there that, for example, I think the most significant one that needs to be addressed, there is property along Rollingwood Drive that is indicated on their plan to be impervious cover. It is included in the site-wide total area for the calculations, but it is not included as impervious cover in the calculations. So you either include it in both places or in neither place, but you can't say that it's impervious cover and then not include it in the impervious cover calculations.
Okay, I mean, okay. And this is already gone in front of Kay Freeze, and Kay Freeze gave a thumbs up to these plans, or no?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, Amy has a question.
Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Well, Brian has his hand up, but my question is, I'll just say this. When I look at the plan, Sarah, and eyeball it, it looks like there's more than 50% impervious cover, just with my eyeballs. So I am interested in the answers to the questions, but I don't know what the action is that we can actually take at this point. So that's what I'm waiting to hear.
Thanks, Amy. Brian, you have your hand up. Go ahead. Sorry, guys, I was too busy staring at plats and submissions there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to wait for the public comment period, but it's cumbersome to hit the raise hand thing, so I put it up in advance before you got there. But if now is a good time, I'll just sort of say my 2 cents on this. Number one, I think this was added to the agenda like 2 days ago, so I just wonder if there's a sufficient public notice to take action on something related to this. I'm also not sure what the procedural posture is to why we're here talking about this. So the way I understand the process that works with the city is that you file a building permit, and we did that. And we have a professional engineer who's kind of the profession in kind of doing these kind of surveys and making calculations, and is certified that it's 49% or whatever it is. And that's kind of on that professional engineer and that professional engineer's license to certify that. And then that was run to the city and the city officials, including the building official and the various layers of engineering review that goes through. And that was all approved as to this. And I think it was done with the sort of note that like there will be a final site survey at the end to confirm compliance. And certainly there won't be all clear until that final compliance is done. And we will make sure that everything checks out as part of that final survey. But that's the process that these things typically go through. And that's the process that we followed here. So I understand Sarah and Amy have taken a look at it, kind of eyeballed it as to it looking a little bit more than 50%. But I think there's a lot of really skilled professionals that have gone through these materials and confirmed that it all complies. And we've been following the procedures as required by the city now for over a year to try and just move forward with a project that we've been desperately trying to kind of bring over the finish line. So once we get to that point, if we get a permit that allows us to proceed, I think we're following everything we're supposed to. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm also not a professional surveyor or engineer. And so I'm not going to be able to tell you how to calculate these kind of things. I kind of try and stay in my lane.
Thanks, Brian.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course, sir.
Okay, this was on the agenda when it was posted last Friday, which is appropriate and required. It would have been on the agenda last month, but I pulled it because this item was not going to the Board of Adjustments in August. And so I was trying to get this resolved, get my questions answered, and figured I would give it another month. Questions have still not been answered. This has not, the impervious cover plan has not been reviewed and approved by the city engineer. It was not included with the plans that were improved back last December or so. There was no impervious cover plan for the site included at that time. That first plan was not submitted until May, when we had a new city engineer, and the new city engineer has not approved the impervious cover plan. I actually am a registered professional engineer. My degree is in civil engineering. So I feel fairly confident that I can review what they have submitted and ask valid questions, which is what I'm doing, which I am trying to get responses from, but have not gotten them. And so we don't let people turn in building permits and just say, nothing to see here, go ahead with your plan. The city confirms those things. And I am trying to do my responsibility as a council member and make sure that I am looking out for the best interests of the community. And that includes making sure that this project meets all of the requirements of our code. And at this point, we don't have that assurance. And so that is why I have it on the agenda, because I was not getting any satisfaction from anybody that I had asked about this, and felt like this was the only way I was going to get the answers to the questions that I had.
Thanks, Sarah. I've got Brian, I see your hand up, but I also have Marie's phone up. Is that Marie Timmerman? Sorry, Marie, you're if you're
yes, that is me. Sorry.
No worries. Hi, Marie.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm Marie Timmerman. I live at 501 Vale Street, and I'm also on the board of Western Hills Athletic Club. And I really am confused. We have been working on this permit process for a long time. And frankly, it is starting to get a little frustrating. I mean, as an applicant and a member of this community, I feel like this process should be two things: clear and fair. And I was really under the impression or the understanding, I mean, I've clarified this, I don't know how many times I've called Carrie, that our impervious cover was approved for permit. And as Brian talked about, that we did have to do an as-built and show compliance after our construction. And that's really been my understanding. And so it's just really frustrating just this lack of clarity in what the process is, who's has the authority for what. I was under the impression it's the city engineer that approves this stuff, and that it's the city council that was in charge of approving our landscape plan and our parking plan. And so then to find this being an action item on city council, it doesn't make sense to me. And I just really would appreciate just a little more clarity on that.
Those fair points, Marie. We do have a process, and Brian was right in pointing that out. And I don't think it's improper at all for council members to ask appropriate questions during that process. Amber or Carrie, would you guys mind weighing in on the process itself? And
sure.
Yeah.
I'll
ahead,
be
Carrie.
glad to. I think maybe what would be most helpful would be to walk through what has transpired up to this point. So Western Hills Athletic Club submitted plans in 2020. Those plans went under review. At the time, L&V were our drainage engineers. They reviewed the drainage portion of the plan and offered approval. We brought the plans to city council. There was more information that we required to go further in the review process. So we went back to Western Hills Athletic Club, and in May of this year, city council, one of the things that we required were the landscaping plans, which demonstrated impervious cover calculations. Now that 50% impervious cover calculation is a zoning requirement for the park zoning, which is how Western Hills Athletic Club is zoned. So in May, they submitted their landscaping plans, and it went before city council for your consideration. Their landscaping plans show that 49% metric of where they're sitting with impervious cover. The engineers and I have looked at that. They appear to be within 1% either way. The applicant is saying that they are under the 50% mark. Our engineers are seeing that as being really close. So we presented that landscaping plan to you all, and you voted on it. And our requirement, I believe it was at the meeting, but my requirement for them to issue them certificate of occupancy of those structures is to submit an as-built survey demonstrating that they are meeting the impervious cover requirements that they are showing specified in their plan. There are other zoning items that are going before the Board of Adjustment, including sport courts occupying the setback. But the landscaping plan was for city council to review. City council did review it and voted on it at the May meeting. Sarah brought up some good questions that I think are worth considering. In my opinion, there's kind of two things. There's two prongs to this. One is Western Hills Athletic Club and making sure that they honor the zoning requirements, the requirements for permit, which is being under 50% impervious cover, which they will have to do before they close their permit. The other is our drainage review. And K-Freeze and I want to make sure that we're reviewing drainage plans consistently, fairly, accurately. And if there are, if there's a way that we can improve that, improve upon those reviews, then I am all ears, and I know our engineers are too. I feel like that's a policy decision. And as far as these plans go, they will be abiding by our ordinances prior to conclusion of the permit. And the drainage has been reviewed and approved by the acting engineer at the time. And they have shown no discharge that would cause harm to downstream neighbors. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Sorry, Brian, Marie, you both have your hands raised. I'm hoping those are artifacts, or assuming they're artifacts from previously. If they're not, just keep flashing it up at me and we'll get it going. Brian, go ahead.
I'll speak briefly and confess that as I can't figure out how to lower my hand, but I will kind of put a couple of points out. Certainly, I have no problem discussing this at the council meeting. I think it seemed like it was, we were getting blindsided from the, WHAC's perspective, the WAC's perspective, because this got raised at the last minute. I was merely asking procedurally what action could possibly be taken, because I don't understand the procedural posture here by which an action could be taken and it would comply with local government code. So that was part of my question. I just wanted to clarify what I was saying. Always happy to discuss. Sarah's never called me to talk about it. She has sent a lot of notes to our engineer who we have to pay for. We've maxed out our budget with him. You can see a lot of that correspondence that's already happened. He's tried his best to answer her questions, but I really do want to kind of, at some point, this gets concerning to the point of sounding like harassment, where it's going to be impossible for an applicant to get over these types of hurdles if they're going to feel like there's a singular influence that's trying to push against a project. So there are rules in place and there's procedures to follow, and we're doing every single one of those, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, hiring professionals to handle these projects. And so I'm confused as to how we continue to be an agenda item here. And at the Board of Adjustment, we're doing everything that we're asked to do. It's been like a year-long odyssey on this. It's not even my thing, but I'm getting frustrated, not just as a WAC board member, but as a city of Rollingwood resident, who I just don't understand why we would make this so difficult for people that just want to follow the rules. And that's all we're doing. So, I mean, I think you just let the process play out. We're in front of the Board of Adjustment. They've already given us the sort of ruling on the variance that we requested, but unfortunately there wasn't the right notice provisions for that. So we have to go back before the Board of Adjustment. We came before City Council on our landscape plan. We submitted all the paperwork. Carrie, as she mentioned, we've been working with the city all along with this process. So I'm happy to discuss it. And if you all think that there needs to be changes to our plans in the future as to how we handle these type of procedures based on this interaction, but we've been following the rules as they were written when we submitted this process. So I just kind of want to reemphasize that. We're getting frustrated, and it's just because we feel like everybody keeps wanting to put roadblocks on us when we're just doing what we're told to do.
Thanks, Brian. I know, and folks of the city know that you guys have been really good and helpful about working with us. I trust Sarah has been genuine in asking these questions, and I'm confident that we have the right processes in place, and we're going to stick to those as we do this review. Amy Patillo, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that when this came before the council last time, it was about when the landscaping plans came, we were only allowed to answer the question, which is under section 107-2421, which is, were we approving the plan for the green belt, the 30-foot green belt? That is the only question we were given permission to answer. So when we looked at those landscaping plans, Sarah did try to raise the impervious cover question then, and we were continually pointed to the fact that the only question we could answer is the landscaping requirements for that 30-foot green belt, which we did then give our permission for it to be smaller than a 30-foot green belt. So I am just wondering, I'll say it again. I agree with you, Brian. Let's all stay in our lane, but I'm a council member, and we're looking at this issue, and I used my eyeballs and I looked at the map, and it's real close. And so I would like to find out, is there a process we can follow? If there's a process we can follow, I do think the questions need to be answered. If there's not, then we'll be done with it. And that's what I'm wondering is like I hear Sarah saying she wants questions answered. I don't hear a motion. I don't know what action we can take as a council. And that's what I'm wondering.
Okay, Brian threw a lot of bombs in his statement there that I feel like I need to respond to. And I frankly don't quite even know where to start. This came up back in December, and there was no evaluation by the previous city engineer on whether or not the plans complied with the 50% impervious cover limit, because I don't think they even knew that limit existed. So that was probably a defect in the original review. I don't think anybody realized that the park zoning was in place and that limit applied. So it wasn't checked. It came up in May and I asked questions. It came up in June and I asked more questions, and I tried calling the pool's engineer. I got no response. I finally sent an email and said I had questions. I got no response. Oh, I did get a response. They asked me to put the questions in writing. And so I did. I got a response from Marie that told me that they were getting ready for the Board of Adjustment meeting and they didn't have time to answer those questions, and they do it later. And I never got a response from Western Hills. So I don't know what you think that you've been billed for from your the engineering firm that you had, but they didn't bill you for answering my questions because they never did. I have been trying repeatedly to get these questions answered, and I have not. And I've been trying to get them answered from the city building official as well, also frustrating, because the idea that we would wait until after the project was done and then check and see if they meet the impervious cover limit is not a good plan. Because once it's built, you're not going to unbuild it. And there are enough things on here that are questionable that you can't take out to get them under the 50% if they are not already there. And it's not a good policy to allow them to build it and then check afterwards. You know, it's like letting somebody pour their foundation and then after the house is built going, oh gee, you're over the setback here. You know, then what are you going to do? Then they have to go for a variance and they go, oh, well, you've already done it. We'll have to give you the variance. That's not a good policy.
Sarah, and forgive my ignorance on this, but is there a scenario in which a civil would sign off and apply their license to plans that are deficient or inaccurate? Or I guess what I'm saying is, why would a licensed engineer risk their license attaching it to a plat that suggested 49% when, you know, they're knowingly or inappropriately applying incorrect calculations?
I can't answer why somebody would do that. I think there's any number of explanations. It could be an oversight, it could be an error, it could be intentional. There's, you know, I can't say. I don't believe the person that sealed it was an engineer. I think he was a landscape architect. But still, it's a sealed document. But the fact that I cannot get anybody to look at this and verify that it was done correctly or fixed because like I said, it doesn't look accurate to me.
And I apologize for, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be combative, but I mean, I guess if I was the WAC, I would just suggest that we are, by our submission of this, we are saying that this is accurate. And
Well, I understand that, Mike, but you can't just turn something in and say, oh yeah, it's right, trust us, and not have the building official or anybody else, the city engineer, verify that.
but I mean, that's part of our process though, or isn't that what we're going through? Isn't that what Carrie suggested?
It has not been verified by anybody for the city yet.
I'd like it to.
I mean, I
see
know
if
that the Marie and Brian thought that it had all been done and that it had been approved, but if somebody will tell me who and when approved the impervious cover plan on behalf of the city, that would be news to me, because nobody has been able to provide that information to me.
Carrie, go ahead, please.
Sure. So I would like to first make a distinction between the 50% impervious cover plan that is shown as the landscaping plan and the drainage plans. And I'm not saying that they aren't interrelated, but the 50% impervious cover plan was submitted to us in May. It has been examined by K-Freeze. K-Freeze has reviewed it and said, look, we think it's really, really close. We think we're there within less than 400 square feet of impervious cover, and we can't tell. I asked them if they thought an as-built survey was an appropriate way to address this, because we were having a hard time determining. They said yes. And so the items going before, that's why those items have not been sent to the Board of Adjustment. Lauren, would you like to talk about your review process for those plans? Do you have anything you'd like to contribute?
Sure. So we, generally check the plans for impervious cover totals. But the burden again is on the design engineer who submits those plans. And like Carrie said, with these, I was able to confirm the impervious cover within that 1% of what they were showing. So just difficult to determine where exactly, if they're just over, just under, based on our review, but from what was submitted, it seems to be generally in compliance with the code and with the impervious cover requirements that we review for.
So, Lauren, can you explain? There's a note at the bottom, and first of all, the impervious cover plan is not part of the landscaping plan. Those are two different things. And there is a strip all the way along Rollingwood Drive that on the plan that was submitted says existing street and sidewalk trails not counted towards the WHAC impervious cover. But that area is counted towards part of their acreage. That includes the driveway apron on the entrance from Rollingwood Drive, which by itself, I think, is more concrete, more impervious cover than the 126 square feet that they would need to go over the 50% impervious cover limit. It's not 49% that they're claiming, it's 49.91%. So somebody please explain to me how you can have a whole strip down there that the people turning this in acknowledge is impervious cover, but you don't have to count that as part of the impervious cover.
Well, just in general, items in the right of way used for public use, such as the sidewalks, I think, which is part of what you're referring to, aren't typically counted against the lot for impervious cover. There's no explicit statement in the code for rolling with that says one way or the other how that should be counted. The driveway aprons, you know, I guess would fall in that category too. It is used for the lot, so you could, you know, argue one way or the other, but I think there just needs to be some clarification also in the code on how exactly we handle these, you know, the sidewalks and driveways in the right of way.
Well, if you're not going to include it in the impervious cover, when it's acknowledged to be impervious cover, then it should not be included in the site total either. You can't play it both ways.
Mike, can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So I have been kind of confused by the moving target on this process as well. Just as having talked to different people as they're working through this process. But I think I get concerned when we as council people are getting involved in staff functions, because it is not the function of us as a city council to be determining impervious cover. This is why we have hired staff who are qualified to do it. And I think our staff is very qualified to do it. I think Kay Freese and LMV are very qualified to make these determinations. And I see it, you know, was added by a council member to discuss it. And I'm happy that we're discussing it if this needs to be talked about in the community. But I am concerned for the council member who has an engineering license who could be seen in kind of interfering with the process, because this is a staff process. It's not in the council's purview to be determining what the engineers should have or have not decided. If we need to change laws on how processes go, then we should look at that. But if there is an appeal by the determination of an official, then we should look at that. But I don't know that looking at something retroactively that's been approved is appropriate. And I do have concerns, and I'm not going to participate in that kind of process because I don't think it's proper. And that's all I'll say about it.
Thank you, Wendy.
Like I said, nobody has told me when this was approved by the city engineer, because I asked for that information and it was never provided to me.
So I'm going to keep on asking for what the action would be here. I think Wendy and I have a little different takes on it, but I'm not understanding. I see we have discussion and possible action, and I think we've had quite a bit of discussion. I'm not sure what actions we can take as council members. If there is one, I'm willing to hear it so that we can consider it. And that's what I said from the beginning, but I'm not sure what that action is.
I guess I am wanting to make sure that our process is actually being followed. And I don't think that in this case that the impervious cover assessment has been completed that would allow this project to go forward without getting a variance on their impervious cover limit.
So what actions can we take that are allowed by our code at this point in the process? Like what is your action point, Sarah? Are you just wanting to direct staff members to do things, or do you want to make a motion?
I would love to direct staff and city engineer to respond to questions and make sure that they have evaluated everything. This is runoff that is going to go into the worst drainage basin in our neighborhood. So we just put $1 million towards trying to address. And this project has the potential to make that the runoff in that drainage basin worse. So I want to make sure that we are not approving a project that does not comply with our ordinances without going through the proper approval, review and approval processes by our building official and our city engineer.
I'd like to just ask if council would want for me to direct K-Freeze to re-review this project for drainage. I would like direction to do that if that's the will of the council.
That would be wonderful.
I don't know that that's what is on the agenda, is because what we're looking at is the impervious cover plan.
Right.
So what I'm trying to understand is if the impervious cover plan has not been approved yet, then it seems like the scope of what's in the agenda item would, if we even have the ability as a council to request a confirmation that the impervious cover plan has been approved and who it was approved by, that seems like the scope of what we potentially could ask for as a council. Otherwise, we would be, I think, coming back at a later time to look at adjusting code to take other action. But that's why I'm just asking Sarah, what's the motion that you have to go with this item?
Okay. I would like an answer, which I have not gotten yet, on whether or not the city engineer has reviewed the impervious cover plan and can certify, based on the information included on this plan, that it complies with the 50% impervious cover limit in our code.
So would you be asking to make a motion that the council is requesting a confirmation from the city engineer that the impervious cover plan has been reviewed and that it complies with city code?
Yes.
And is that something that we can do, Charlie? Is that something that we as a council can request in our processes?
Council has the authority to request whatever information that they would like from staff.
Great, thank you.
May I make one more comment? As the building official, I'm really caught in the middle here because I've got two different engineering firms coming up with different metrics within 1%. I feel like I've provided a solution to make sure that every concern is being met. And so I would love some policy direction, but I stand by the decision that I've made to reach a solution for this project.
I have a question. Lauren, is it common practice for the city engineer to certify other engineer work? Do we do that for other projects?
I don't think that's typical practice. I've never had to do that.
And I don't want her to certify their work, but we need our city engineer to review the work that is submitted to the city and verify that it is accurate based on the information presented. And like I said, there are notes on, this was brought up to me by a resident who can read this and say, how come they didn't include this impervious cover in the total? That doesn't make sense.
Lauren, have you reviewed their plans?
I did review them, yes.
And so Sarah, you would like her to verify. What do you mean by verify?
Well, answering my questions to ensure that they have looked at this and agree that it is either properly accounted for or not properly accounted for.
So Lauren, in your review, do you feel like it's been properly accounted for?
Yes, I'm trying to pull up my plans here. So that discrepancy along that strip along Rollingwood Drive, Sarah, that you mentioned, I looked at it with including that area in the lot area and not including that area in the lot area. And the difference is so small that we're still within that 1% difference for that impervious cover totals that they're showing on their plans.
Their plans are showing 0.09%.
I guess the impervious cover that I'm calculating versus the impervious cover that they calculated. You know, I'm showing a difference of about 1%. In that difference. So again, it's just,
which would put them at almost 51%, right?
Sure, yeah, with my calculations, but with such a small difference, like Carrie's mentioned, you know, and trusting the plans that are submitted versus, you know, the estimates that I'm coming up with, you know, kind of where do we go from here?
What total, Lauren, what total square footage is 1%?
I got about 450 square feet, which was 0.65%. And again, you know, my estimates are based on PDF plan sheets and not the engineered CAD drawings and files that I'm sure the engineer that designed this was using to estimate these totals. So, you know, again, that could kind of account for some of that discrepancy.
So Gavin, the area that they have listed is just under 140,000 square feet. So 1% is 1,400 square feet.
Okay. This can't be that hard. This is a black and white question. It either is or it isn't.
This is what I thought too, but like I said, haven't been able to get an answer. And to make a motion and move on, I am happy to move that council direct the city engineer to respond to the questions that have been submitted and to ensure that we are not approving plans that are not clearly in compliance with our requirements.
I mean, I don't have a huge problem with that, Sarah, but I also feel like we need to leave the liability on the engineer that they hire. And it's on them to make sure that they nail their number, or they're going to be ripping out 1,400 square feet of something.
Of what?
It's
After, see,
of
this is the,
impervious cover.
but this is the problem. They're not going to rip out the sidewalks along Rollingwood Drive.
We made the building owner of the strip mall do that exact
That
thing.
exact same thing. That's correct.
So
I mean, I'm not being argumentative.
I understand that, but in this case, what they are asking to do is cut down 18 trees, add impervious cover in the worst affected drainage basin in the city, and do all of this without notifying their members that it's even happening. And then we're going to make them fix it at the end if it doesn't comply. You know, we can't put the trees back.
I've got 3 other hands raised. Duncan, I don't believe we've heard from you on this point.
Yeah, since I raised my hand, some of this has been addressed. So we talked about the concerns for the drainage and the runoff, the impervious cover, and the discrepancy in the calculations of including the apron and the sidewalk, you know, in these calculations, which is certainly a legitimate question to be answered because we're right up against the margin. It's like 0.09% of tipping over for the 50% requirement. But the remaining question I had was, so we just mentioned the oak trees. I thought that was needed to have a vote on it too. Have cutting down all those oak trees, is that approved? As part of this impervious cover discussion, or I thought there was a fine for cutting down oak trees. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody can address that. I don't know the history.
Yeah, hi Duncan. We have a tree ordinance that requires replacement of cut trees under certain circumstances. There's Amy, you're really the architect, and Wendy behind a large part of our tree ordinance. I hate to say it's a little off topic for this, so I'm hesitant to dig too deep into it. But safe to say, Duncan, yes, trees are reviewed as part of the process and considered, especially the removal of trees and oak trees specifically.
And is that approved as part of this entire bundle, or was that part? What was that part of the landscaping review, or how did that get approved, or where is it?
They would just fall under the ordinance and be required to mitigate any tree removal that they do with additional tree planting.
Planting.
I'm pretty sure the tree ordinance doesn't cover park zoned areas.
It actually does. So
It does.
yes. They're in compliance with the tree ordinance. They're replacing trees.
Where?
So thanks for the question, Duncan. Brian, your hand's still up. I don't want to make assumptions, be wrong on it.
Thanks, Mike. I was just going to respond. I continue to question whether there's a legitimate basis to take any action at all here. I do respect Sarah Hudson's, diligence on this matter. I know that she's posed a lot of questions to our engineer and to the city official. She keeps asking for those questions to be answered. I believe our answer has already been provided. We're at 49 point whatever percent. I think we just heard from Lauren today. We have an answer on that question as well, that the conclusion of our building official and the city engineer is that we should move forward with the project and do an as-built. There are a number of areas where, if needed, we can easily remove impervious cover. And we've already mentioned this and discussed it with the building official and with others. So it's not a problem at the end that if we do a survey and it's at 50.1, we can take out 400 square feet. There's a way to do it. So I wonder if what we want to do as a city is to micromanage the people that we've hired to take on these responsibilities. Number one is a normal practice, because I think that we've hired incredibly talented people and agencies to do this type of work for us. And I have complete faith in them. I don't think we should be micromanaging them. And then number two, I don't know that there's a legal basis to do that. We're going to we're going to move and then approve a resolution by the city council to tell a building official or engineer to do their job. I think that's what they're already doing.
So, guys, I'll be pretty honest with everybody here. I'm not sure that council has any authority on this, and I'm not sure that we're able to take any action on this. What I would encourage us to do here is, if there's questions on that specifically, with whether or not we do have authority to take action, I'd encourage the council members questioning that to maybe bring it up with our legal counsel. The last comment that I'd ask for from the public on this, let's see. Sorry, I don't have a full name up here. Ms. Benitez.
Hi, I'm kind of want to answer to Brian. I've been a Rollingwood resident for 22 years. And I believe that the residents, we get to question the council. I mean, this is, it's not a republic, you know? So I believe as a resident myself that I was not aware of a lot of what was going on until the other residents brought it up. We've been having problems with transportation and cars in Rollingwood Drive since I moved here 22 years ago. I think that downplaying that there's not going to be a lot of traffic and downplaying that the parking and all that, I don't know. I would, as a resident, disagree with you that it is our job to question. And that should be welcome because we are the residents, you know? I wonder if you guys would consider doing a vote from the residents. That may be something that will make a lot of people at ease, and it will not divide our community because I feel this is dividing our community. And I don't feel we need this right now. This has been a very hard couple years for everybody, and this may not be the time to do this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez. Okay, guys, we've spent a considerable amount of time on this for discussion. At this point, I'm going to ask for action from the council if we're going to consider continued discussion. Okay, going once, going twice.
I had made a motion, but it didn't get a second.
Oh,
So.
sorry, Sarah. Sorry, there is a motion on the table. Oh, Sarah, would you mind restating that? Or Ashley, do you have that?
I do. Councilmember Sarah Hudson motion to direct the city engineer to respond to the questions that have been submitted and to ensure that we are not approving plans that are not clearly in compliance with our requirements.
Restate that motion.
That was the motion. You want me to restate it?
Yes, please.
Sure. Councilmember Sarah Hudson motion to direct the city engineer to respond to the questions that have been submitted and to ensure that we are not approving plans that are not clearly in compliance with our requirements.
Yeah, I'm fine with the second part, but what are the questions that have been submitted specifically?
They were in the email that is attached. It was mostly covering the strip along Rollingwood Drive and how that should be counted. That was the main one, and that's the most significant question.
And Sarah, when I did review these plans, I looked at including that area and then taking it out of the total lot area. And it still showed the lot was within that 1% of the 50% requirement in the code. And again, you know, we did our best to measure everything based on the printed sheets and found that it was in, you know, within 1% of what was submitted by the design engineer. So, you know, what they're submitted reflects, you know, closely what we found, and, you know, finding them to be accurate. We don't have the ability to measure more accurately without a survey, which I believe is why Carrie is requesting to have them.
Yes.
Yes, have the survey with the final construction of the site.
Which is actually pretty typical in my experience building in Rollingwood.
And we could also ask the pool to have their consultants make that correction where they could use their software to do the calculations and show what it is. Because 1% puts them over our allowable limit going in. And if they don't want to change anything, then they could go for a variance to get that approved by the Board of Adjustments as well.
All right, council, you have a motion. Do we have a second?
Just say that we don't need a variance.
I don't hear a second. So I'm gonna let that, or assume that died for lack of support. Is that fair? Going once,
Yeah,
going twice.
That's fair. Now, Sarah, you had a double barrel motion there. If you want to divide it in two, I'll give you a vote on half of it.
Okay. I move that we direct city engineer to ensure that plans are only being approved when they are clearly in compliance with our requirements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, council.
I just have one comment. I want to say that I think, you know, we can take this action tonight. I also just want to remind everyone on the council that our code, section 2-26, says the city council shall work through the city administrator in dealing with the city officers and employees who are under the direction of the city. And the city staff shall respond to direction from the council as a whole and not to direction from individual members of the council. And we frequently, because we have liaison positions, sometimes we're working with city staff on particular projects and don't have to go through the city administrator. But I would suggest this is an example of a time where perhaps we wouldn't be in this position if the city administrator had been given the opportunity to direct the questions. And from looking at the emails, she wasn't. So
this would be a planning and zoning. And I'm liaison for planning and zoning, right?
I still believe that you should go through the city administrator with these kinds of questions so that she can decide how much time we're spending and how our staff are using that time. I'll just say that I'm gonna vote for this, but I think that that is the proper chain of command for things in the future like this. Because that's what's in our city code.
Wait, are we voting for a properly posted agenda item though? I'm kind of confused. Is it posted to vote to change? I mean, it's not even changing anything because it's what we do. Like we're not making sure that we're approving proper plans. It's very confusing to me. I don't understand exactly. It doesn't seem to pertain to this agenda item, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I think it's directly related to this agenda item. Because the impervious cover plan needs to be approved by the city engineer. And we are directing the city engineer to only approve things if they are clearly in compliance with our rules.
But their plans have already been approved, and that this specific item on the agenda scope is about Western Hills Little League's and specific a specific issue that pertains to them. So I feel, I mean, I support that we should, of course, have our staff approve things properly, which I feel that we have competent staff and that they do that. I don't agree with this agenda item being on here in the way that it is, because I think that Amy made a great point that these sort of things should go through our city staff. I think our building official has done a very good job. I think you heard from our city engineer who's reviewed this after another engineering firm, L&V, has reviewed it and approved it. And
no.
Yes, and I think the problem is what you said, is that you have a problem with them cutting down trees. You have a problem with what may be the downstream impact. And I think you have a specific personal issue with this project. And I'm concerned that you're taking your personal interest in this and your influence on the council, and that you are trying to delay the project. And I don't think that that's proper. And I'm concerned about, I don't think that this motion does anything to impair the process that they're in, but I do want to say that I don't think that that's the right way for a council member to go about handling issues. And I don't agree with it. And I understand we all have personal feelings about different projects in the city, but I don't think that you or anyone on a council should assert authority over a project when we have staff in place to decide upon these sort of projects. If there's a glaring issue, great, but I think that this has been explained that they are within the threshold. They're under the threshold. They're not at 51%. So I just really have a problem with how personal issues about projects and building and new buildings tend to come out in ways like this. And I hope that if in the future anyone on the council wants to see policy changes, that we don't single out individual projects or individual people or individual organizations, and that we then just look at the issue and stop attacking the people and the organizations about whatever it is that we're against. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Wendy.
So
Josh.
Mike, I just have to say, again, with the throwing bombs here, I am trying to make sure that we are enforcing our code to protect the residents of Rollingwood. And that is my concern.
I agree with enforcing our code to protect the citizens of Rollingwood. I completely agree with that. I think that this is not that.
Well,
but I'm not gonna banter back and forth, but I know that we're never going to agree on this specific agenda item, and I respectfully will understand what you've said to me and take that at your word. And that I don't want to engage any further in that, but I just felt like I should express my frustration with having seen issues like this come around over and over again. So that's frustrating.
Okay. Guys, once again, we have, I think we have a motion. Ashley, please remind me, I'm getting exhausted at this point.
The motion on the table is Councilmember Sarah Hudson directed the city engineer to ensure that plans are only being approved when they are clearly in compliance with our requirements, and Mayor Pro Tem Gavin Massengill seconded the motion.
Okay. If I could be so bold as to go ahead and ask for a vote on that motion. Calling you out, no special order except as I see on my screen. So don't get anybody frustrated on it. Wendy Hundley.
I don't think it's a proper motion for this agenda item, so I'm going to vote no.
Amy Patillo. Hey, Amy.
Sorry, aye.
Hi. Thank you. Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
And Buck Shapiro. You still here? Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
There you go. I see you. You're
No.
up, Buck. No. Okay. The ayes have it. 3-2. City staff, you are hereby requested by a majority of the board to do your jobs. So, thank you.
I mean, isn't that kind of laughable? They're already supposed to do that. Like,
Well,
I mean, that's just.
At least now we're all very confident that they will be.
I mean, you can't even make this stuff up.
Item 19, discussion possible action on a work authorization from K Freeze and Associates for the completion of a CIP on the water system. I am going to ask Amber. Well, I'll tell you what, before I even ask Amber to jump on here, CIP is, you guys, this is, it's an capital improvement plan for folks here. We've been, obviously, I don't think it's a mystery for anybody here. I've been a very big advocate of spending significant resources and attention on our water system. I know that this council feels the same way. One of the big parts that we've been waiting to move on is a CIP. Unfortunately, our previous engineers were not as diligent in delivering the CIP, updated CIP, as we would have liked, which is actually one of the reasons why we've started working with K Freeze. K Freeze is with us now and is going to provide us with a level of update on the completion of the CIP regarding our water system.
And Mayor, actually, this is a work authorization, a task order to complete a CIP for the city of Rollingwood. And it feeds into Amy's items earlier where she wanted to issue some debt for some improvements. This will identify the improvements that need to be made and prioritize them. And so I think we still have Dale Murphy with K Freeze here.
Hi, Dale.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. I am here for any questions y'all have.
Dale, do we have pre-existing information with this? I guess what I'm really asking there is we had a CIP back in 2013 that focused on our water infrastructure. And since then, we've collected data with regards to get a better idea, I guess, where our valves exist and even estimated ages of our lines. At this juncture, a work order for the CIP with regards to prioritizing needs, understanding and then prioritizing needs. Is that previous work still relevant and helpful in getting this done?
It is. So we're taking all the information that was prepared before, and we've made a new water model that represents where we are today, just to make sure we have fire flow capacity where we need it and all that. But I think the result of that's going to be we're mostly fine as far as capacity and things go. I think most of what's going to end up on the CIP is what you just mentioned, which is maintenance issues and pipes that are breaking and valves that don't operate any longer. And I think most of our efforts going to be around working with your operations folks and trying to figure out which valves don't work and how we can best install and replace existing valves, or identifying which sections of pipeline are the older ones that have a history of breaking often and would be beneficial for us to replace and avoid those breaks and the costs associated with repairing those in the longer term. So I think that's primarily what we're going to end up with on the CIP list, is more of a maintenance and repair of aging infrastructure.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
I see on here that there's two on the scope of services. There's 2 project meetings with the city under project management and coordination, and then 2 more under background research. And I was trying to look through here for any other timeline type of elements. Do you have a timeline on how long this is going to take?
The meetings weren't meant to indicate a schedule necessarily, but I think this should not take very long for us to put together. I think it would be within the next 2 to 3 months on the long end for coming up with all that. The vast majority of, like I said, we already got the existing water model up to date and stuff. So that part of the hard work is done. I think the only thing that will impact the schedule is how long it kind of takes us to work with the maintenance folks to kind of go through and identify all the valves that do or don't work. And I think that would be the main part of the schedule that I'm unable to entirely give you a concrete answer on, but I think they already have a pretty good idea out there. So I think there'll be some additional work, and Carrie and Amber, feel free to jump in, let me know if you have a feel for that, but I don't think we're too far off from having a good feel for a lot of that.
Yeah, I think this is, the water system is the #1 priority. Staff too, we are at it causes a lot of stress to our very small, already very stretched thinly staff. And the number of water breaks we're dealing with averages about 2 a month. And that means we have people on boil water notices. It's really just unacceptable to have this type of water system in the kind of community that Rollingwood is. And so it would be our goal to get this done as soon as possible.
Thank you, Amber. Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, I just am ready to make a motion, but I'll wait for anyone else to have questions.
I'm happy for you to make a motion, and we'll open up additional discussion with it.
Okay, I would move to approve the work authorization from K. Friesen Associates for the completion of a CIP on the water system for an amount up to $24,911.
We have a motion from Amy. Do we have a second, council?
Who wants it? I'll second, but I do have a question.
Okay, we'll have a second from Gavin. Open up discussion. Go ahead, Gavin.
Talk to me about budget amendment on this, Amber?
Sure, we'll bring it back a budget amendment at the next meeting, which is kind of our standard SOP. Make sure that y'all want to do this, and then we'll bring back a budget amendment.
And that'll be out of current year budget?
Correct.
And will that, is Abel still with us? He may not be.
He's not any longer.
Do you remember, will that affect beginning balance at all?
I doubt it. Our revenues are over our expenditures, so I'm confident that we'll be able to pay for this fiscal year.
Okay. That was it. I'm all for it. I just wanted to make sure we are thinking through that.
Thanks, Gavin. Do we have any other discussion, council? Not hearing any. Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Buck Shapiro?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Dale, thanks again for your time. Look forward to another good project with you guys.
Thank you all very much. I'll see you in a few months to tell you how it's going.
Good deal. Thank you. Item 20, we've maybe addressed this a little already, but discussion regarding water infrastructure updates and methods of funding. Amy, you thoughtfully and rightfully put this on the agenda. Be happy to give you the floor to start that discussion.
Sure. So we talked about this during the budget workshop already. This is basically looking at either taking out $2 million or $3 million. Initially, I had looked at the loan funds that were from the water board that Wendy did research on, but we've also had our bond advisor who's put together some amounts that we could expect for the annual payment for the two different amounts. And basically the idea would be that we have now we've just approved the CIP, so we would be able to prioritize the water projects that we know need to be done, but we just need to make sure that we go in the order that we can, but also to have enough funding to be able to hopefully do multiple projects at the same time and take advantage of cost opportunities with staging and overlapping staging elements. And then also to just make sure that we have enough money to actually do a whole project and hopefully to do multiple. And I know that there's a number of residents on Vance and Vale who have probably reached their point of frustration a year ago with the number of water breaks that line seems to have. And so I'm guessing that that's one that in the CIP will come out as one that needs to be prioritized at the top, I would guess. We also have the cul-de-sac projects that have been on hold since 2018 because we haven't had sufficient funding to work on those. So we have residents on cul-de-sacs that don't have sufficient line size and that we need to work on. And then I know that there's issues on Timberline that have been raised as well. So those are just three areas that potentially will have information from the CIP to then prioritize, but going ahead and having a plan for taking that money out so that we can really get moving on the water infrastructure projects as quickly as possible is my plan and hope. So in the packet, you can see for the two different amounts, 2 million, 3 million, those are just two amounts I kind of ballparked based on how much our drainage projects have been costing. And thought that it would be important to make sure that we had enough funding.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Gavin.
So those are great points and a good continuation of our budget discussion too. Not really backing up, but Amber, let's make sure, and when we get rolling on the CIP, I'd like to make sure that the end result of that is similar to the other infrastructure project that they undertook for us, where they prioritized each project and gave us some, I mean, I like it to look very similar to that and that finalized report.
To the IIP?
Yeah, yes, and the IIP, correct.
Okay.
So that it prioritizes those issues and gives us sort of a breakdown of all of these so that we can see what are the most vital projects and what is a ballpark estimate of what they might. Because I think we're a little bit cart before the horse here. Because is it 2 million? Is it 3? Like, I don't know what those numbers are, but we need to get the CIP moving pretty quickly so we can start narrowing that down.
Agreed.
And then if we pass this, well, there's nothing really to pass. I think we need to set up, I'm happy to help Amy from a finance perspective, from the budget perspective. Maybe we sit down with bond counsel and start these discussions. And K-Freeze to see, I think we need to get to the bottom of, do we try to borrow it and go through those hoops, or do we just go the bond route or a different route?
I would appreciate that. And I'm glad I did the 2 million and 3 million just so that we at least have some numbers to look at of what we're looking at annually.
Yeah.
Although I guess if we did tax notes, it would be a shorter term, so it might be a little larger payment, but hopefully it will help everyone see what the annual cost would be to start making some of these improvements.
Right. And I think we get bond counsel to look at those, they're not it's not their wheelhouse on the water development fund dollars, but we could have some calls with them too. But, I would like bond counsel to look at the difference between a tax note, sort of a option one would just be a straight bond. It's laid out here as 2 different bonds. So, let's just have that discussion with them to figure out how they would advise we do this. And I don't know how far $2 or $3 million gets us, and we need to see what the tax implication would be. And we need to get with Able and get a firmer grip on the bonded indebtedness that gets retired year after next. And so we need a better sense of how much room that gives us to work with.
Hey.
Does that make sense, Amy?
It does. I appreciate your expertise on looking at the budget and figuring out how to evaluate different options.
Oh, I don't know if it's expertise. It's just OCD.
Well, I bet the OCD will get us a really good deal. That's all I have, Mayor.
Good. There we go. Okay. Well, it's a good discussion, and probably most importantly, we've got a really good, probably the biggest turnout I've seen for a council meeting in quite some time. So I appreciate the fact that we were willing to have that conversation now and really hammer home to the folks that that's a priority, and we're obviously thinking about it both strategically and intelligently. So thank you, council. Gosh, now for the doozy that I suspect most folks are here for. Call up item 21. Discussion possible action on recommendation from the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation regarding a revised letter of intent for ground lease in Rollingwood Park. First and foremost, I just want to underscore just one thing, what the RCDC is, and almost as importantly, what it isn't. RCDC serves as was created to function as the Economic Development Corporation for the city of Rollingwood. Their purpose is to improve economic development, as the name suggests, in our city. And their primary focus in doing so is on financial upside. They're part of I would describe them as part of a multi-legged structure, right? So they provide a financial background and financial opportunities for the city to consider and potentially take advantage of should the council decide that it is a project worth pursuing and in the community's best interest. So the RCDC goes and finds and develops to some degree a potential opportunity and then petitions in a manner the council to either approve or disapprove the RCDC from pursuing that opportunity as a project. Just to be very clear on how the RCDC has functioned for the city of Rollingwood. So what we are here tonight looking at is a proposal for Milk and Cookies for a ground lease to operate in Hatley Park. You have quite a bit of information that's been provided in your packet. And what RCDC has put over to council right now largely is the question of whether or not the council would like RCDC to continue potentially expending additional RCDC funds to have a look at this project and weigh out the merits for its value to the community. With that context, I am going to cautiously invite public comment. And I say cautiously simply because we've received emails and phone calls and had a lot of conversations with a lot of folks in town. I will confirm that any letters, anything written that has been provided, the council has been provided for in this packet. And I'm confident that the council has reviewed all of these comments as I have. And I know that our staff and administration has provided most of it. With that, Amy, you had your hand up good and early there. I'll let you go ahead.
I do want to hear from the public on this. I'm also concerned because of a letter that the council has received. And so prior to, if everyone would just give us a moment, I would like to request a legal consultation and executive session to discuss a letter received from an attorney suggesting legal consequences for the city if the council takes action on the proposed letter of intent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amy. I am not sure. Charlie, do we need to have that as a motion to go into an executive session for, do we need to vote on that?
No, it can be by consensus of council.
Okay. Well, council, then I'm going to go ahead and ask just by a show of hands. Actually, I take that back. I'm going to ask if there's any objection to us breaking out into executive session to talk with legal counsel about this letter we received from an attorney. Council, do any members object to us breaking out into executive session? Not hearing any objection. Ashley, would you mind sending a breakout room for us while we get in here? And while we wait for that, I just want to confirm and assure the public, the council is not allowed to discuss anything in this executive session outside of legal matters with specific regards to what Amy suggested, recommended, and brought to light. Further, I guess, and probably more importantly, the council cannot take action and will not take action in executive session, which is to say, everyone can be assured that any action and discussion outside of privilege with council would be done in an open forum.
I
All
will
right.
have this set up momentarily, so you should be getting invites soon.
Great, thanks. And if any council members, I don't know that anyone needs a refresher on how to break out into executive session, but if you do, go ahead and note it now, and Ashley can walk us through real quick.
I will be opening the breakout room in just a minute. I'm making sure we never have this many people on a meeting, so I've got to run through quite a few. All right, I will be opening the meeting now.
All right, thank you. In the meantime, I appreciate everyone's patience. Stick with us, guys. We'll be back in momentarily. Oh, man. I just said all that on mute. That's why nobody's responding. Fantastic. Great. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we got everybody back here. Amy, Gavin, see you two. Amber, you back with us? Ashley, I see you. Buck, we get you too?
Yes, I'm back.
Welcome back. Do we have Wendy? Sorry, I got 12 pages to scroll through here, guys.
I am here.
Okay, there we go. And so the only one I didn't hear sound off is Amber. We got you, Amber. All right, we're gonna assume that she's gonna join us anyway. Sarah, thank you very much. Yeah, I thought I saw
I'm here.
Sarah. Yeah, there we go. I thought I saw you. There we go. Okay, we got everybody. Man, for the 12 pages worth of folks that are here, thank you very much for sticking with us. Appreciate your patience. Just to confirm, 8:58, we're out of executive session and no action was taken by the council. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and open up for public comments. The only couple caveats that I'm going to request for everybody. Let's try to be respectful of time to do that. I'm going to ask that you keep your comments and with so many, I really want to give everybody a chance to speak, but guys, I'm going to ask that we keep it to 2 minutes for folks. Again, if you've written in emails, letters, we have received them. They have been collected by our city assistant city administrator, Ashley, and provided in the packet. So please do feel free to scroll through there, read others' comments, and then confirm that yours has been counted. In the interim, we'll go ahead and I'm going to do my absolute best to call on you as I see the hands raised. Okay, Jamil, you're on the clock, buddy.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jamil Allam, and I live at 405 Inwood Road. I've previously submitted an email to the city outlining my opinion on this item, so I won't repeat my comments. My understanding that the action tonight is not approve or disapprove Milk and Cookies, but it's whether or not to instruct the RCDC to commission a traffic study and negotiate a non-binding letter of intent so we can understand what the deal is and its impact. I understand change can be scary, but the city is going through change, and sometimes supporting change requires leadership in the face of extreme criticism. And without respect to the outcome of Milk and Cookies, I want to discuss how our city leaders are going to act upon new ideas like Milk and Cookies. There seems to be a culture developing within Rollingwood where no matter the idea, there's a group of folks that attack vendors, impugn the reputation of consultants, threaten lawsuits, and question the integrity of public officials. Facts be damned, misinformation campaigns intended to scare our residents, and as a result, ideas that might otherwise gain strong support die before they ever see the light of day or get properly vetted. This should not be tolerated. The playbook involves scaring neighbors about traffic, crime, light, sound, impact on property values. And most concerning is that many of our residents are so disenfranchised by the aggressive nature of some of the personal confrontations that while they may strongly support an idea, they're not willing to expose themselves to the ugliness from the opposition. So wonderful people in this community whose opinions have value are now choosing not to speak up and voice those opinions. Equally concerning is the impact that this behavior is having on our volunteer boards and commissions. An example of the misinformation campaign that I believe will be rolled out tonight is a suggestion that Milk and Cookies will generate 70,000 new trips per year, car trips per year. And that soundbite is so flawed that I'm not even going to bother to address it. But that singular soundbite has rattled so many of our neighbors who otherwise strongly support Milk and Cookies. And just as that soundbite shouldn't matter, neither should my opinion. What should matter are the facts. So I'm asking the city council to send a message to all of Rollingwood and approve taking the next step on this item, because the message that will send is that we as a city will not tolerate ugliness and misinformation campaigns. We will not tolerate insulting kind people who are proposing to bring a successful business to our city. To the contrary, we will support and encourage our neighbors so they feel comfortable expressing their opinions, and our city leaders have their back. While I support milk and cookies, these comments apply more broadly to the next 10, 20 issues that become before our city. So we ensure that we maintain a basic level of decorum. An open, honest, respectful, fact-based debate is healthy, and it is okay for people to disagree. But the drumbeat of hyperbole, personal attacks, and suggestions of impropriety have no place in a public forum, and certainly not in Rollingwood. Please don't kill an idea that many in this community support because of misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamil. We have Paige Allen.
Hi, I'm Paige. I'm married to Jamil, and I have a different, I very much support milk and cookies, but I'm coming from a different angle in the sense that I completely agree with everything he said, but I'm somebody who has been to the park for years, and we actually used to live across the street from the park. And I thought that all the cars parked there would bother me. They never did. It brought me joy to hear the children. So I'm coming to you from a mother's perspective, and also for somebody that has kids and somebody whose kids are grown now. And I want to go and meet my friends at Milk and Cookies. We also lived in Riker Woods for 4 months as an interim. We had to go back, no problem at all. It was actually really fun to go back to our original neighborhood in the house that we lived in. So we were living in Riker Woods, right by the Milk and Cookies there. And every morning people go there, and it's a gathering spot, and it's wonderful. And the same people that were opposed to it in that neighborhood now love it. It's the crown jewel. And so I wish that people would open their minds, and exactly what Jamil said about attacking people. Please, I beg of you to respect other people's opinions and treat people the way that you would like to be treated, because I literally have a list that's really, really long. And I just started working on this week. And everyone I talk to, smart, intelligent, wonderful, caring, giving people who have said, I just can't handle the aggression from the people who are against this. So please, no one's attacking you. Please don't attack us if we're in support of this. The other thing I'm going to say is you might have been against the Austin City Limits Music Festival. Well, almost 20 years ago, Zilker Park was a dust bowl. If you go look at it now, 20 years later, what that has brought to that park, it's beautiful. And so sure, there's some nuisances and things that you might not like, but look what we have now. And that's what I see for the future of Rollingwood Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paige. Let's see. And again, guys, I'm just calling you on and I'm keeping a written order of how the hands come up. Brian Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to kind of cede some of my time to some other Rollingwood residents that reside here at Fort Chris Cove, namely Austin or Avery Nash. I think Nolan Nash might have walked away, but I think Jamil and Paige said a lot of great things in support, and I think they bring a great perspective. I agree 100% that we need to keep the sort of rhetoric balanced and not attack anybody. But I do think that this is such a benefit to our community that we would have a sort of central ground to go to, and our kids could go there without having too much supervision. If it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd have this non-voting resident make a comment. Do you have anything to say?
I'd like to ride my bike there and grab cookies and stuff.
She'd like to grab cookies at Milk and Cookies. So I just thought I'd bring in, there's a whole set of, I think, kids in this neighborhood that would find this to be a great asset. So I don't want to be additive to what everything, or I don't want to be redundant to what everybody else has said. So we'll just leave it at that. Oh, there's Nolan. Did you have anything to say? No? Okay. Well, I really am always impressed with the civic process here in Rollingwood, and I'm glad that we can keep in mind what our kids are looking forward to doing.
Brian, you should have let them speak for you on the pool stuff.
I know. Would have done a lot better, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Next, Ward Farnsworth.
Hi, and thank you very much. I just wanted to say that maybe there's been aggressive or hostile
things said. I haven't heard them. When this whole business was brought to my attention by Alec Robinson, I was struck by the courtesy and the lack of presumptuousness in the discussion involved, and not on the basis of scare tactics or hyperbole. I just prefer the neighborhood park as a neighborhood park without commercial development, and I simply should record that opinion. And I think I have many neighbors who simply have that preference, and it's not driven by anything disreputable in any campaign. I haven't even heard of this campaign myself. I'm not claiming it doesn't exist. I just want the board to be clear. There are many of us who feel as we do, not on the basis of anything hysterical or any hyperbole. We simply appreciate our neighborhood the way it's always been. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ward. I appreciate it. And sorry, I see Andrew, but I don't have a last name, Andrew. So if you could introduce yourself, please.
Andrew Van Winkle, do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my perspectives here are pretty simple as well. And it's just to, state my feelings, which is aligned with, I think it was Ward who went last, which is that I would prefer to not have commercial development and its related activity in the neighborhood aspects of the city. We have a great corridor for that could be developed in other ways to better facilitate being a gathering place for Rollingwood. So those are my preferences. I think we all also need to be considerate of the homes that are directly adjacent to this and what impact that may have to those homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Brian Ryder.
Am I off? Am I off of mute? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
This is just the wrong thing for the park. We've had surveys made when the park master plan was done by our strike force, and none of them thought that we needed a restaurant in the park. And the thing that I would particularly mark is that we've had no request for proposals, no discussion of other possible users. If we want something convenient for Paige's kids, let's have a big convenience store. It'll serve milk and cookies and coffee. It'll have pizza for all of us to take home. It'll have ready-to-made dinners for us to take home. This is just wrong. It hasn't been properly disclosed how this is being done, and it just smells bad that we don't have any validation that if we're going to do this, we're getting the best deal. That's what I have to say about it.
Thank you, Brian. Next, Laura, and man, forgive me, I will butcher this last name. Hobeka.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mark Hobeka.
I'm Laura Hobeka.
And we are residents of West University Place, Texas, and we live approximately 500 feet from the Milk and Cookies, which has become a pillar of our community here as a meeting place, as a place that adds value to our community, as a place where we all feel comfortable sending our kids alone to go and have a social time. And we feel that it was our duty to give a testimony about how much this place has impacted our neighborhood in a positive way.
Yeah, no, I just second that. It's just such a huge asset to our neighborhood, and our kids just absolutely adore it. The people who run this store are so community focused, and they support our community like you would never believe. Any back to school function, they're out there giving away stuff, and they just add so much to our community and just make it a better place to live, honestly.
And living, I know there might be some traffic concerns, living 500 feet from this place, if there was a traffic concern, we would be the ones who feel it. It's not that kind of place. Most of the traffic is walking, bicycle traffic, and any traffic we have from outside of our area is in and out. I think that you would be very well served by accepting this great business into your community, and I hope that's the decision you make.
Mark, Laura, thank you very much. Next up, I've got a K.A. Smith. Is that Kathy Smith?
Yes.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
I just wanted to offer a few thoughts. I'm a traffic engineer. I've worked with Jamil on a number of projects. I have not completed a formal study with regard to this project, but I did do some observations at the existing Milk and Cookies location. And I gathered some information about their ticket sales on an hourly basis. And on average, they serve about 27 people in the highest peak hour in the morning, and about 22 people, their highest peak hour in the evening. And a lot of that for this type of use is considered pass-by traffic. So it's folks that are already in the vicinity. For this type of use, we would have about a 50% assumption for pass-by. So what that means is people aren't going to come from all around town just to come to this one location. They're generally going to visit that location if it's on their way to a place they're already going. So they're not adding all new trips to the roadway network. There's also a very high potential, as a few folks have mentioned, that there will be walking trips and biking trips to this particular use, and that would further reduce the vehicular traffic associated with this project. So I just wanted to offer that as my observations, having not done full study, but having experience in this field of traffic engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next we have Micah May.
Hi there. My name is Micah. I used to live in West University and would frequent the Tiny Box Woods there, was kind of there when their Milk and Cookies rolled out initially. It was a fan favorite for my family there. And then lo and behold, I moved to Austin and ended up buying a house right down the street from a future Milk and Cookies. So it's a weird, ironic story. I'm kind of like, I suppose, a super fan, but I'm a small business owner myself. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm a mama. And all I can say is that Milk and Cookies has been a delight to our neighborhood in Briker Woods. It has been, echoing so many things that people who do love it have said. It's a great walkable meeting spot. I'm there every other morning getting my fabulous latte. I actually invented a new drink that they sometimes will make for me. And it's just a highlight for my afternoon, my morning. My kids actually will meet me. They'll walk from Briker Woods Elementary and meet me there after school. It's just been a lovely, I believe, gathering spot and asset to our neighborhood. And I also want to echo what someone else said about just the leadership and the caliber of Lance and Barron and everyone here that truly provides such an excellent product and experience. They put so much time and value and care into curating their staff that feels so lovely to interact with and the product. And I have nothing negative to say. And I do hope that there are little Milk and Cookies everywhere that are walkable for people who don't want to drive. And in fact, it's a Saturday ritual that my family, we walk our dogs and we go there and we grab a chocolate croissant. And it's not about the chocolate croissant. It's about the moment of actual family time and walking and going somewhere that is walkable. I believe in a part of, our community that there aren't that many places like that anymore. And I think that's what the asset that Milk and Cookies does bring to the neighborhood feel. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Micah. I appreciate your time. Let's see. Next, we have Jason Mills.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for the time.
Hey,
I'd like to
Jason.
start off by saying I don't think anyone is opposed to Milk and Cookies, doubts their values, doubts how good a company they are, doubts that they're a pillar of the community. I think the differences between here and my brother lives in Westview, not too far from that Milk and Cookies, is these are existing retail locations. They did not convert a parkland in a 60-year-old neighborhood that was not designed to have retail in the middle of it. I really appreciate Jamil's opening line and his statements. I don't know any numbers other than the ones that have been shared with me. So I am a bit concerned about the traffic. I don't think this has been done very transparently. I know the park commission voted unanimously not to put this in the park, yet it got circumvented again. I served for 6 years on RCDC. This is really beyond the scope to change parkland into commercial. I was with Brian Ryder probably when he started RCDC. 15 years ago, we had more retail in the shopping center across Bee Caves than we do today. There was a Freebirds, there was a Susie's Chinese Grill, there was a McAllister's Deli, and there was an Easy's Hamburgers. We can get retail back in that shopping center if RCDC gets a little bit more creative and gets people over there. That is certainly a walkable area. Yes, Bee Caves is a busy road, but our kids find ways to get across Bee Caves every day on their way to Hill Country. You know, again, the numbers, and Jamil, if someone has data they can share, and I don't know why we're hiring traffic people as residents to scope this out, but the number I heard was $1 million a year in revenue, which is the size of your average fast food restaurant. At $15 a transaction, that's $66,000, 66,000 transactions a year. There's no arguing that. It's simple math. I think the argument begins in how much walk-up traffic will they actually have. They say about a third of their business is walk-up. That puts 47,000 cars a year on Rollingwood Drive and leaves 20,000 transactions to walk-up traffic. We have 600 houses. We are not going to do 20,000 transactions a year. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Okay, next, Robbie Robinette.
Hi, my concern is that we've talked a lot about milk and cookies and how great it would be to have one there. And while I don't personally support the idea of having anything there, milk and cookies is one thing. But my understanding is that the lease as described to me would be transferable. And the milk and cookies may not be the ultimate holder of that lease. If the milk and cookies operation is unsustainable, which is quite possible, then we may be vulnerable to some business that we do not want in our park setting up shop there. And I think that we need to, before we consider creating an opportunity to leasing out this property or creating a commercial zone there, we need to set boundaries on what is and is not allowed there. I certainly do not want an open-ended opportunity for somebody to set up shop there for 20 years with a business that we don't really want. You know, we're talking about milk and cookies as though that is the only thing that can ever happen there. But what happens if that business goes under or is unsustainable? So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Robbie. Next we have Camilla Barnes.
Hi, I am actually a resident in West University, and I also, like Mark and Laura, live in a different direction, but a block from Milk and Cookies. And, you know, to the concern of like Brian, Andrew, Ward, and a couple of people that were talking about it becoming an industrial property, I can assure you that this shop does not feel like an industrial property. It truly gives the area a small town feel, and it's almost like as if it's always been there, even though it hasn't always been there. The kids give it life. There's constantly kids biking and walking. So in fact, the traffic slows down around the area because it is filled with pedestrians. To us, it's been a blessing. Somebody else had the kids in the camera. Our kids look forward to biking there and getting a croissant and getting ice cream, and they feel so independent. And so it brings a different type of life to the neighborhood, a different type of charm. So just when you're thinking about it, I totally understand that concern of becoming industrial, but it truly does not bring that flavor to the neighborhood. It brings this small town feel, and the people that own it are extremely concerned with that. They are personal, you know, walking and biking guests of their own shop, and they are constantly on the lookout for that specific feel for this store. So it is one of a kind, and I just want you to consider that when you're going forward with your opinion.
Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. Next, we have Fred Hartman.
Hi, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Fred Hartman. My wife, Laura, and I live at 4916 Rollingwood Drive, just down the street from the park. We're the parents of two 8-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl who both participate in Western Hills Little League. We're also members at Western Hills Athletic Club. I want to speak in opposition to Milk and Cookies locating in the park, but it doesn't have to do with just that business. I just think it's an inappropriate spot for any commercial business. I've heard great things about Milk and Cookies. I have no doubt they're a solid business, but I think it would be more appropriate, for them to locate along the Bee Caves commercial corridor in Rollingwood, not down the street where, as we've heard, it could, I definitely would think it would cause an increase in traffic. To what degree, I don't know. I think Jamil Allen made a good point about there being an over exaggeration, but it's just hard to fathom that it wouldn't cause a spike in traffic. And we already know how busy Rollingwood Drive has become. It's a concern for me with people, sometimes stopping at our stop sign at Ridgewood and Rollingwood Drive. And we know that Rollingwood Drive has become a cut through street for many motorists off of Bee Cave roads. And I just think it's, as was said before, it's a 60-year-old neighborhood. There's a limited amount of space in that park. And especially when there are baseball games or swim meets or just people going to their neighborhood park to enjoy the parkland. But I appreciate the opportunity for you to allow me to speak tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate you joining us. Christopher Bray.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been a resident in Rollingwood now for the last 15 years. One of the things I find perplexing on this call is lobbying by people who don't even live here. I don't doubt whether or not Milk and Cookies is a nice place. I'm sure it is, and I'm sure the kids love it. But I have to echo some of the other comments here as to why would we want to put commercial property right in the heart of our town. One of the main reasons that I moved here is and I'm sure many of you share this, it's a wonderful little oasis away from the urban sprawl, the strip malls, the chain stores, and everything else. And all of a sudden, we're going to have a store that is not even an Austin local company, right in the heart of our neighborhood. When we've got a perfectly good commercial corridor where we've got plenty of room for all types of businesses like this.
Oh, sorry, did we lose you or did?
No, that's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know. I wanted to make sure I didn't interrupt you. Can we hear? Okay, thanks, Christopher. We have Elizabeth Bray. Sorry, I don't see you still. Oh yeah, there you are. Hi, Elizabeth. You're muted still. I snuck up on you by the look of it. Sorry for that. Take your time.
My husband and I are coming in from different places, so
no worries.
So some of our comments, because we're married, are going to be similar, but I have additional ones. I really support the expansion of business opportunities within the Rollingwood community, but I'm concerned and confused about a few things. First of all, I too am surprised and shocked by the abundance of public comment from non-residents in this meeting. I don't understand why that's welcomed in this particular forum, as they are not represented by our city council, nor are they directly impacted in any way by the decisions of where Rollingwood may place a commercial business. I find this confusing and frankly offensive. I'm also concerned about the robustness and veracity of the traffic study done as presented to the Park Commission. The methodology seems confusing. The numbers seem not robust. And some other more detailed comparative data has been shared in the public comments and in the letters that were written in, and I would love to see that re-examined properly. And I echo the comments of reclaiming our commercial space for more food retail. I don't understand why it's a possible disadvantage to Milk and Cookies should it be housed in the commercial corridor. I think there'd be an even greater sales opportunity with greater traffic flow and parking capacity. Tiff's Treats, for example, seems to be doing very well. And lastly, do we really need a retail destination to encourage people to have a walk in our neighborhood? If so, that is a truly sad state of affairs, because we have a beautiful neighborhood and there are plenty of reasons to get out and interact with each other.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And just for clarity's sake, I don't have advanced knowledge of who's speaking as a resident and versus others, which is actually why we ask for folks to identify themselves. That said, we are hosting a public forum, so just for clarity's sake. Ann Harrington.
Hi, I am a resident here in Rollingwood at 106 Christie, and I just wanted to comment on the just briefly, and I think it, without being too redundant, the other locations where Milk and Cookies exist, and again, I will say Milk and Cookies is a great company. I have nothing against them as a company, but I am against having a commercial entity in our park. And if you just do a simple Google search and look at where their other locations are, they are in commercial corridors. They are not in the center of a neighborhood with zero other businesses around them in the middle of a park and homes. They have many, many other businesses around them, and they are, the one in Brecker Woods is on the edge of the neighborhood. So while it's lovely to walk to, I question if people would be really happy to have it directly across the street, because no one does. And the last thing I'll say is, I really feel for the residents on Rollingwood Drive who are in opposition to this. And I think if anybody has the power to vote whether this happens or not, they really have to ask themselves in their conscience if they would be okay with having this across the street from their house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next up, David McCallum.
Hello,
Yeah, hi.
this is Sharon McCollum. Hi, can you?
Oh, hi.
Hear
Yeah,
me?
hi, Sharon. Yep.
Hi,
Sorry,
David is
you're
with me.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
thought-
You're popping up as David. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Hey, so we've lived here about 26 years. We live on One Pleasant Cove. Just in general, personally, I don't feel it's appropriate to have a commercial operation in our parkland. But if the development corridor or the development committee wants to look at this possibility, I think we have to look at, is there an impact to the Little League lease? Is there an impact to the deed restrictions that were original to the park? If after whatever other considerations are looked at, we determined that some kind of commercial development is appropriate, I really think it's the fiduciary responsibility to look at offers if in fact we felt like commercial development was something we wanted to do. I'm a CFO of a company. I'm an ex-EY partner, and I wouldn't take an offer unless it was fully vetted from numerous applicants for commercial development in the area. But I'm also against commercial development in the area. That's it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Next up, I've got a phone number. So when I read this out, if you could give us the name for the record, that'd be very helpful. 512-788-2449.
Hello, this is Brad Walters. That was
Hi,
my
Brad.
phone number.
And
Hey,
man, and Brett, I apologize. What I really should have done is read the last four digits for that. So that's on me.
Oh,
I'm going to say it was late.
that's-
My apologies.
No problem. Brad Walters, 2702 Rollingwood Drive. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents that I would oppose putting a business in the park. I think that sort of the park is really kind of the crown jewel of our little community. My understanding is that the community-wide survey went out, and no one indicated an interest. There was not overwhelming support for putting a business in the park, and then the park commission was unanimous in voting against it. So, I guess I would just echo that and won't add all the reasons that people have already given, but count me as a no.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you. Let's see. Sorry, Lauren Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it short because there's been a lot of other speakers, and I think you have most of the flavor of my opinion. I'm against any business in the park. I would welcome milk and cookies in our existing commercial corridors, but I think our park is a very valuable resource. If those that are new to the community are not familiar with the history of the park, I would encourage them to go out to the website, the city's website, and review the history. There's been a lot of very generous donations by people that had the interest for athletics for our youth, and a strong distaste for commercial interests in that park. And I believe there's a warranty deed that spells that out in its covenants. I would strongly encourage us to help Milk and Cookies find other alternatives in our community. They would be a welcome business, but I just don't feel that they or any other commercial entity should be located in our park. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Sorry, Tolly Bernard, please. Tolly, you muted.
Sorry about that. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that, Ann and I moved here 14 years ago, and we moved here for a lot of reasons, but a lot of what we see today is what we saw then, which is Rollingwood is the calm amidst the storm. Austin, all the surrounding communities, the retail is exploding. And yet we have this tranquil, peaceful city that somehow exists literally within everything that's going on all around us. And this is remarkable. And especially when you consider all the changes that have taken place around us. So we remain a peaceful, family-friendly community with a wonderful park at our core. And there's a reason for this. There have been several threats to the peace and tranquility we enjoy today in our neighborhood. And in every case, Rollingwood has met the challenge by lowering traffic speeds, adding bike lanes to Rollingwood Drive, shutting down ACL parking, which was mentioned before. We do love going to ACL, but we used to have people that parked throughout our entire neighborhood. And now it is an owner-driven pass that we are allowed to hand out to people, or coming up with creative ways to limit the through traffic and solicitors in our neighborhood. This is why we have a peaceful, beautiful neighborhood. So this has nothing to do with Milk and Cookies. Milk and Cookies is a wonderful place and a wonderful business. We are not Westview. We're not Bracker Woods. And it would be an excellent addition to our commercial retail corridor. But we do not believe we should put them in the middle of our city, nor do we think we should add any commercial retail to our precious parkland in the middle of our city. For any retail establishment to be successful, how many non-residents are we going to invite into our city? Are we going to have people loitering around at 7 o'clock at night in our park? Are kids going to be able to ride their bikes on Rollingwood Drive like they do freely today when people are parked in the very bike lanes that you as Rollingwood City put in place to protect kids and bikers? Where are they going to drive? This further, what happens when you're going to have traffic that's coming from both directions trying to enter the park? So I believe that this is I obviously disagree with putting any kind of commercial into our park. And I would hope that you guys would consider all the comments made today. This has nothing to do with milk and cookies. It has everything to do with protecting what you guys have protected this entire time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tully. I would be remiss if I didn't note that all of the upsides, which I agree with, that we've gotten accomplished for traffic mitigation, especially, and traffic calming, every one of those has been accomplished by the council that currently sits on that dais. Anne, sorry, I apologize. I don't have a last name for you. Are you still with us? I don't see a hand up. Oh, and I see. Hi, Ann.
Hi, I'm Tolly's wife and we live at 306 Inwood Road. And I just want to echo the comments that we do not believe that it would be a good thing to have a commercial development in the park. I do think Milk and Cookies is awesome and the idea of it is awesome. I love anything that creates community, but to be totally honest, when I go on a walk in Rollingwood, and we have lived here a long time, I have plenty of community. I feel like I see neighbors every time I walk. I am talking to people. I stop and I have conversations. My kids ride their bikes on a daily basis throughout our neighborhood. They sometimes go into the commercial corridor. They sometimes go to CVS. They sometimes go to Starbucks. We have a group of boys that are now riding their bikes to Hill Country. And this is all happening right now. And I don't think that we need to add any commercial development to the wonderful park space that we have. I think that the negatives outweigh the benefits. We already have a great community, a great place where people do have conversations and meetups. Our pool, our park, the dog park, all of that is just such a gem. And I just don't feel that I feel like the negatives that it could bring in outweigh the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I have an Alex, but I don't have a last name for Alex. If you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is Alex Robinette, and I could not figure out how to change my name. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. We got you. We got you now.
Okay. Yeah. 2500 Hatley. Following the Bernards, Tolly and Ann, and I really couldn't say anything more eloquently than what both of them just said, because I think that they have cut to the essence of what we're all trying to say. And I think what they said was beautiful, and I really appreciate how they said it. I have a lot of questions about the urgency of what I'm hearing about building Milk and Cookies, bringing in all these outside people to make a case that's not even relatable to what we're talking about. I mean, that just raises a whole new set of questions for me. Like, why? What is the urgency to do something like this? This is our oasis. We didn't buy homes here hoping we could turn our park into a commercial zone. We didn't all think, gee, wouldn't it be great if we had a restaurant there? Like, that's just not been a thing. As Ann said, we have community in the streets, in our front yards. We can meet for coffee somewhere. It's not something that we need. We have commercial space, and we need to preserve our park. We're having trees are being cut down as we build and expand and create new amenities. Like, let's preserve our park, create community in the park, create events there that, bring us together for things that happen in the park. That's a park-like setting. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Alex. Next we have, let's see, where'd you go? Paul Payton, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Paul.
Echo a lot of, or I guess just strongly agree. My wife and I would like to strongly agree with many of the comments put forward before me in opposition to milk and cookies in the park. I too am kind of offended, or I guess I resent all the callers coming in, kind of lobbying on behalf of milk and cookies. I don't know anything about, that business, but I don't think it belongs in our park, chewing up valuable parkland. I do believe Parks Commission should have a big sway, if not the entire sway, on what actually happens in that park. I am a resident on Rollingwood Drive. I've heard some of my neighbors, comments, and I really agree. Also, I almost would like to propose that the City Development Commission be banned from doing any kind of ideas like this within the residential area. This is just not where that kind of business belongs. Any business belongs, honestly. I mean, it could be a good business. I know nothing about them. But I mean, if it's about, like, for example, people who use the park, providing some kind of like concessions, drinks, whatever, snacks or something for people who use the park, who play ball there or whatever like that. I don't understand why we couldn't explore other options, why the Parks Commission couldn't like have a monthly lease with some food truck or something. I mean, there's other solutions to serve our neighborhood and not worry about anybody outside our neighborhood. It really should be about what our neighborhood wants and needs. And I really agree with so many of the comments that came before me of residents of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, I've got Diana, but I don't have a last name. Diana?
Wallace.
Hi, Wallace. Miss Wallace.
Hi, Diana Marie Wallace. Yeah, I've lived here 70 odd years off and on. I live at 2603 Rollingwood Drive. And I couldn't agree more with the people that have just preceded me in speaking. The absolute last thing that we need in the park is paving. We just don't need it. We don't need a commercial zoning. We don't need a commercial building of any kind. They're not making any more parkland. If we pave it, we lose it. The old song from Joni Mitchell, pave paradise, put up a parking lot. That's the issue. And it's amazing how some of the things that you would think would be incredibly important seem to be irrelevant. Kids riding their bikes. Rollingwood is dangerous enough as it is. Sure, go ahead and do that. And you know what the risk is now, but when you start adding that extra traffic and the extra turns and the ins and outs, that's not going to be a good deal. It's truthfully what it amounts to when you look at something and listen to something like today, when they were working on cutting down 18 trees at an adjacent large trees, heritage trees, right next to the baseball field. And we're talking about paving 1,200 square feet or so right there next to that field right there. It's like the only thing we're going to have as reminiscent of a leaf is going to be that on the logo brand of Rollingwood Drive. We're going to chop them all out and chop them all down. And that's where we're headed, unless we manage to stem the tide and turn things around. That's not what a community is about. A community unites together. I mean, some of us rose up against the Vale house being bought to be used as a police station. I didn't live at Vale, but I joined in the protest at that because it affected the quality of my neighbors' lives. It's empathy. You care about your neighbors. You care about your neighborhood. That's what this is. We love our park. We want to keep our park. We don't want to change it, and it doesn't need to be changed. But we do need to change the commercial corridor, and that would be a great place for Milk and Cookies to go, because I have no doubt Milk and Cookies is absolutely fantastic. Thank you. I know I ran over. Pardon me, please.
Thank you, Diana. Larry Hauser. Don't have your hand up still. Going once, going twice. Okay, maybe we lost him. If he comes back, I'll get you back on. Terry Von Dolan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Terry Von Dolan, and we have the house under construction at 3200 Park Hills. So I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Chris, and myself. And we bought our property in Rollingwood about 4 years ago, but we searched for a property in Rollingwood for about 4 years before that. And one of the reasons that we wanted to be in Rollingwood and we're so determined to find a house or lot convenient to the park was a big part of that was the Rollingwood Park. We previously lived in Terrytown. The traffic was terrible. The cut through traffic on our street, which went nowhere, was terrible. And we wanted to move to a neighborhood that was a gym in the middle of Austin. And we found it in Rollingwood. And we found it by our friends inviting us over for neighborhood events and for me for walking. We currently are renting a house in the Tremont area. And we, more often than I care to admit, get in our car and drive all the way to Milk and Cookies at Woods for our coffee. And we love Milk and Cookies. We do not want people like me driving through our neighborhood, which I never go through a residential to get to Milk and Cookies. I get on Mopac, get off on 38th Street, go to Milk and Cookies. It's not in a residential neighborhood. We do not want the increased traffic of a commercial entity in a park that we chose to build our home that we plan to live in for the rest of our lives across the street from the park. And there's a reason why. And I just ask you to please keep Rollingwood as it is, the gym that it is. We're so excited to move into the neighborhood and we fully support. I would love not to have to drive all the way to Woods area, their commercial area to get my coffee. I'd love to have Milk and Cookies in our commercial area, but please keep the park the park. Cities all over the country are trying to conserve parkland, and we're here about to turn a chunk of ours over to a commercial entity when we have a commercial zone. So I just ask you to please keep our park. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Let's see. Yep, Larry Hauser, you're back. You're muted, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, now you're muted again.
Here we go. Yeah, this is Larry Hauser. I live at Rollingwood in Vale. Been here for 27 years, and just wanted to say this is kind of the same story, different book cover. We had a sober home that Rollingwood tried to put in a few years ago, and the residents overwhelmingly said, we don't want a business in the neighborhood. And then we had a police station that Rollingwood tried to put in recently, and the neighbors looked at that very carefully and said, again, we don't really want any kind of business in the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that's residential. It's very unique, very popular throughout the state, well known around the country right now. And as other people have said earlier, for its uniqueness and quietness. And I think that most of the people in the neighborhood feel like they would like to maintain its residential nature. And as other people have said, Milk and Cookies is a great business and it would do well in the corridor where other businesses are. Thanks.
Hey, Lawrence, back up for a minute.
No, I want to. I'm with you, Gavin. I just want to be very, very clear on the sober living facility.
Yeah. This council actually took a great deal of action, both publicly and behind the scenes, to make sure that didn't happen. So I just correct.
That's right. So let's just make sure we understand that was in fact not something that the city of Rollingwood or this council was in favor of, and we certainly did not attempt to bring that type of business into the community.
And I am agreeing with that. I'm saying
okay, which is fine. We're just making sure, because it certainly didn't sound that way to me, and it apparently didn't sound that way to at least Gavin and perhaps others. But certainly not trying to pick a fight with you. Just wanted to make sure that the record was clear.
You misstated yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry if that was misstated, but no, I think Rolling Wood has made great decisions and looked very carefully at those issues. And I feel like we're at it, the same issue of trying to bring in commercial development or a business operation into a residential neighborhood, and hope that we can, put it someplace else, as the city has done in the past.
Thank you. We have up next, Jacqueline Benitez, please.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Benitez, and I live in 48 Drive. There's something that Ms. Wallace said that nobody else mentioned. I keep listening about having the kids drive the bikes. I don't know if people realize there's going to be more traffic going into the park. Have a big number of bikers that go through Hollywood. I wonder if people are realizing that to have
here, and we didn't want it, and it wasn't that.
And that's all. We love to have milk and cookies again in the commercial corridor, not in the middle of our park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez. I have a Laura, but I don't have a last name. Hi, Laura, you're muted. If you could unmute and if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. I'll tell you what, Laura, I'll come back to you in just a minute, just in case you stepped away. Brian Sen.
Hi, this is Brian.
Hi,
I'll be
Brian.
brief. I just wanted, I trust the city and everything about this. I just want to go on the record about what Jamil said about misinformation and all the things that when he opened this up about the traffic study, et cetera. I don't need a traffic study to show the increase. I live at 2401 Vance Lane. I'm already being told that I can't take a left from Stratford to get back to my house when I go down to run at the lake because I don't want to walk up that hill anymore. So I just want to go on the record that the traffic is already bad. We're already being told that they're going to shut down access back to our own houses. And so I don't need a new traffic study for that.
Thanks, Brian. Laura, I'm coming back to you. Have you made it back?
I'm not sure if that's me or not. I apologize. I thought my name would show up. This is Laura Richardson on Park Hills. I'll go ahead and take the Laura slot because I'm a Laura.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No worries. It's you. No, it's you. Thank
Sweet.
you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, we've spoken before, and we've been in Rollingwood for more than 10 years at this point. We also live on Park Hills, and I echo, I think, what a lot of people feel. I'm super sorry to hear that people feel scared that they can't voice their opinion. That's super disturbing. But for those of us who are very passionate about what we believe, it's not at all meant to be threatening. It's meant to be that we care enough to speak up on behalf of what we believe for our community. And I would hope that anyone who's in support of Milk and Cookies that are residents would feel the same and not feel frightened or scared. I don't think that is the point. I think the point is that many of us moved here for all the reasons people have stated. It's a crown jewel. It's an oasis. I'm not just concerned for, and I am concerned for the safety of the children, the people across the street and their home values. I'm concerned about my home values at this point. I've almost been hit just backing out of my driveway with the amount of construction vehicles around. We've got construction on both sides of our house, across the street and on that side. And that's just with construction people being here temporarily. We've seen horrible parking situations just brought in from anyone enjoying our park, let alone being driven here. And speaking of ACL, how many of those people are going to be hungry with munchies toward the end of the evening for some reason and come on up here to enjoy that? Again, we all support Milk and Cookies, just not in the park. So I respectfully ask that the council really considers the residents, their beliefs and their feelings. And if you're going to do this, take a much longer time to do this. do a proper survey, and honestly start with a food truck. It's just mind blowing that we would, again, it feels very fast, start with a permanent entity with a 20-year lease that can be transferable. You know, I'm not against change. I've written on the future of play, literally, in the Parents Magazine for our children. And change is important to be able to address and handle and manage. The future is all about change. But we're asking you that this kind of change is not appropriate. And it's also, even if it's appropriate for Breckerwood or somewhere else, that doesn't mean it's appropriate for our neighborhood. This is our neighborhood, and I respectfully ask that the people who are part of our neighborhood and residents be the ones to actually have an impact on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Duncan Ashworth, you still, there you go. Yep, there you are.
Yep. Anyway, I wanted to echo the comments of a lot of folks who said that yeah, it's a really odd strategy to bring in non-residents to serve as testimonials for milk and cookies, you know, a commercial establishment in someone else's neighborhood. That's really odd. I couldn't ever see myself going in and advocating for a 7-Eleven in some other town or something like that. That's very odd. I've lived on Hatley Drive for 31 years now, and I just wanted to go on record as opposing bringing this commercial establishment into into our park property. I think it would be not only you know, dangerous, but serve as a source of congestion along Rollingwood Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. David Bain.
Hi, this is Shelley Bain. David and I are watching together on the same Zoom.
Hi, Shelley.
Hi. We are at 400 Vale, and Mayor and council members, thank you so much for this time and for your service to the city. We appreciate it. We're not going to say anything terribly different, but we did want to register our support of Milk and Cookies in the commercial corridor and our vote of dissent for the park location. And we have been looking at aerial views of other Milk and Cookies locations. And as other people have said, you know, it's at the edge of Breckerwood in a commercial corridor. And in Westview, it's in a clear commercial corridor. And it would be a great addition to our commercial corridor. Let's boost that up. Let's incentivize it if we need to. Let's do what we can there. Let's ask them to bring tiny boxwoods with them, but let's not put it in our park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shelley. Thanks, David. I've got Frank Fernandez.
Hi, this is Susan Fernandez.
Oh, hi, Susan.
He's here too. We just have been listening and totally agree with the comments against putting a change into our neighborhood like Milk and Cookies. We like Milk and Cookies and would love to have them in the commercial corridor, as others have said. We live on Timberline Drive. We've been here 40 years. We've seen the traffic increase. As those of you who drive on Timberline know, there's lots of hills. People worry about their kids. This would inevitably increase traffic on Timberline just to avoid all the traffic on Rollingwood Drive. So strongly oppose this and appreciate your consideration of the neighborhood and keeping our parks and our residents, our neighborhood feel the way it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Jennifer, your iPhone 6 is on. I've only up to iPhone 5, but you're up. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, you're muted.
Hello.
There we go. Hi,
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Hi, I apologize. My name is Jennifer Frischartz. I live at 4908 Rollingwood Drive, and I strongly oppose Milk and Cookies for all of the reasons. I won't waste time, but there's one thing that no one has said, and it's how this area, whether we all have this image of kids riding their bikes and, oh, a meeting ground. That's not what it's going to be. It's going to turn into an area where the cut through traffic and where teenagers, because I have 4 teenagers, and I'm not saying my kids would do that, but you know, they are all going to be hanging out there on the weekends when they're cutting through back from Zilker Park on ACL. This is going to be a meeting spot. There's going to be cigarettes, vaping, drugs, because we are a cut through area. I sit out in front of my house a lot. I have 2 dogs. I'm on 4908 Rollingwood Drive. I always sit out. On the weekends, you can just see the intoxicated or just people using drugs, kids using drugs, coming back from Zilker, cutting through, you know, getting back from Barton Springs. And they're all, not all, but there's going to be a lot of those people that are going to stop or gather there. And it is going to create a mess. And it's going to create a loitering issue. And like I said, vapes, cigarettes, you know, as much as I would like to think this would just be like this wonderful area where we could ride this and this, because we are that cut through zone from Zilker, you're going to see a lot of smoking, drug use, vaping, loitering in our park. And I am absolutely opposed to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. I think I've got, last but not least on the list, Julie Calhoun. Sorry, Julie Calhoun. Sorry, Julie. You're muted.
Yeah, there I am. Sorry.
There you are. No,
It's
no
Julie
worries.
Kuhn. I'm here. I live at 2601 Rollingwood. My husband and I moved here 38 years ago. I think it's 38 years from Rosedale. We lived in a gym there, but something attracted us to Rollingwood. Even as a child, when I first moved here, we used to come through here. It is a gem, and everyone has already spoken everything. Everyone has said everything that I had already intended to say. So I'm so glad that we're all on the same page. But we are a small community within the city of Austin. I know the people from the other neighborhoods. I did the same thing. I went on over aerial views to see where those were located, and they are in commercial areas. I think they like that business because it does make them feel like they have a community center. We already have that feel here. We are already a small community. We are already a small town and have that small town feel, and have had that way all the time that I've been here. And I would hate to see that go. And this has nothing to do at this point. It doesn't even have anything to do with milk and cookies. I looked up the business. It's a wonderful business. And I think, like everyone has echoed, it would be well suited to be in our commercial zone. And I even suggested the other day to somebody, if they wanted to come to the park, maybe the Rollingwood could have down by City Hall on that lot, maybe a food truck that comes in with the cookies and you know, a couple times a week, like some of the businesses downtown do, and arrange that. But I just don't see taking up any space at our park at this point. That is a great meeting place as it is. I don't think we really need cookies and coffee to bring us together. The community has already experienced a lot of togetherness there and throughout the whole neighborhood. So I am opposed to any development, not just this, but any development for residential in our residential area. And I hate to have to worry about keeping an eye out for this type of thing every few years, worrying about it, that we have to worry about that. And I wish we can just have something in our, I don't know, bylaws or preferences that say that we don't ever really want to touch our park, and we really don't want to start adding commercial zones within our residential and rezoning, because I think it's a slippery slope to start a precedent like making that kind of change. So we are opposed, and but we wish Milk and Cookies good luck, and maybe they would still like to relocate in Rollingwood.
Thank you, Julie. Let's see, we've got a couple more hands that jumped up. Jack Holland.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, when I first heard about the Milk and Cookies Cafe at Rollingwood Park, I thought, well, what if this cafe was opened up across the road from my house? How would I like that? Now, you can call me old fashioned, but I believe being part of a community means not just looking out for myself, but looking out for all our neighbors. And just because my house isn't affected, I live on Park Hills Drive, that doesn't mean it's okay for me to throw other neighbors under the bus. So to those that support Milk and Cookies opening in the park, I've got a suggestion for you. Maybe we could have a trial experiment where you could volunteer to have a food truck, park on the street outside your house and open up for 13 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And after 6 months, you tell us how that's working out for you. But if you're not willing to do that, then you have no business forcing that on somebody else. This is the last in, 3 proposals, the last 18 months, when several Rollingwood residents have woke up one morning to find out there were plans in place to severely curtail their, what I call residential zoning rights and their ability to enjoy living in a purely single-family residential neighborhood. What a nightmare that must be for the people that thought they were going to have a police station next to them, or for the people on Timberline that were told there might be 800 apartments built behind them. And now there's these people that are right across from a cafe, which none of us ever expected. And when we had a survey put out, I don't remember anybody saying, yes, I really want a cafe. So that City Council, you received a petition signed by over 150 households who are against Milk and Cookies being opened in the park. That's almost 1/3 of all households in this city who are against. As far as I know, there's no petition circulating from people that are demanding the Milk and Cookies in the park. And tonight, there's been over 30 people speak against, and 3 people who live in the neighborhood, they were for it, and 4 people that don't even live in the neighborhood were brought in to talk about it. That was really weird. So on one hand, you have 1/3 of the community who are fully against it, and on the other side, you have certain members of the RCDC who voted to continue moving forward with it. Well, unlike the RCDC who ignored the petitioners, I hope the City Council listens to the community it is there to represent. And to that end, I urge you to vote tonight to reject this hugely unpopular proposal once and for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Russell, I don't have a last name. Hi, Russell.
Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm Ann Russell. I'm a 30.
Oh, hi, Ann.
Hi there, everyone. Hello. 30-year resident over here on Hatley Drive. I just want to echo again what many have said this evening. I do love Milk and Cookies too, but I'm very opposed to any commercial establishment in our neighborhood, especially in our park. The long hours of business being open, the dog walkers consideration, bicyclers, school bus traffic, walkers, and also lights shining in windows at night as people pull out of the parking lot. I do love the idea of it being located in a commercial area, but I prefer it not to be part of our park. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for any other raised hands. Scrolling through, I don't see anything else. Tell you what, if this is
Mayor,
guys, you want to?
I'm showing 4. I'm showing 4 or 5 more still raised, but it may just be people that have already gone. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. So I see there are 5. The 5 that are raised, I have marked as already haven't provided comment. So I actually see there's 6 that technically are raised, and as I say, I've got them on here. So yeah, outside of those folks, if there's anybody that hasn't talked, that wishes to, now's a good time. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, okay. I see Lance Thompson. I saw your hand raised.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there you go. Sorry, Len. You jumped. Yeah, and then you jumped to the front.
I've done one of the, never done one of the hands up thing, so I was
no worries.
Excuse there. Yeah, thanks for having me on. And I intentionally kind of wanted to stay towards the end because I actually enjoy listening to people and the concerns and wanted to hear and the citizens of the neighborhood should 100% make the decision. I've said that from day one when I was approached to see if we would be interested in coming over there. And I said from day one that I would love to. I think it would be a gigantic asset for the neighborhood. If you would have asked me 7 years ago, I probably would have joined all the no's, but I've seen what it's done to neighborhoods, and it's remarkable, unbelievable. I've never been driven by money. I never thought I'd be in the restaurant business of all things. I started off in the landscape architecture business over 40 years ago. And I love creating spaces. I love the feeling from back in the 60s when I grew up. We used to ride our bikes everywhere. We were always out in the front yard with Christmas tree forts. We'd ride our bikes up to the stores. Nobody was inside on iPads or iPhones or doing the things that kids do today. And this idea that we came up with this milk and cookies, and it's all based around a neighborhood. I'm not interested. I'm not in the commercial, development business. Never have been. Probably never will be. I like small spaces. I like beautiful spaces. I like to develop them and make them look pretty. I spend a lot more of my our resources on greenery. When we did the first one over at West University, we had no idea how this was going to work. And we had so much opposition right off the bat and from people across the street. And I completely 100% agreed with them. But it went through and it turned out to be this magical space. It's hard to understand that until you've been in one for a while. And I'm sorry about the other people that called in. I didn't realize that would offend people. I just wanted for other people to hear what it's like being so close to one. So that's how that happened. I did not know. I was not supposed to, give them this link. So I apologize for that. And I 100% agree. You guys need to cherish that park. It is a dying thing in this world right now. Have green space and park where people can go to. I was over there last Monday meeting with a neighbor across the street. And when I was leaving, there were 10 ladies out there on the softball field doing yoga. That's exactly what should happen to a park. I do think that park needs, whether we go there or not is indifferent. That park needs a lot of work. It needs some life to it. It's not even a safe park. I saw 2 people trip over there. It needs to be, eventually the city or the neighbors get behind it and put some money into it. And because there's no reason that could just be a spectacular place for everyone around there. I've listened to everybody and I understand everybody's concerns, and I would have thought the exact same thing 7 or 8 years ago. But I've been able to do this and I've seen what it's done, and it's absolutely remarkable. A couple of things that came up with 20-year leases, or it could be sold to somebody else. That would never happen. The city can make all those rules. I have proposed some things. I've said from day one that, the city council, whoever can write the lease up however they want it. I just need to be, if it ever did happen, I just need to recoup, the cost of the building. But the city council should always have the say on, if for some reason we failed or, someone else came in there, that should always be decided by you all. And in closing, I just want to say one more thing too. I've never been through one of these things. I've never seen what it's done to this community. That was never my intention. I was upset about just kind of seeing the people going after each other and social media stuff. which is so sad in this day and time. And I just want the neighborhood. Yep.
Lance, I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got it at
Sure. I
at 3
understand.
minutes.
Gotcha. Okay. You can shut me off now. Thanks so much for having me. And yeah, whatever y'all decide is y'all's decision.
Of course, and appreciate you being here. I do want to just underscore, and whether some folks thought it was weird, I do think that having input and how we decide to weight the input from folks outside of our community, at least we did get a perspective on their experience. So I hate that you'd have to apologize for that, but we do have, man, quite a few others hands that have now come up. I've got Alec Robinson. Alec, are you still with us? Tell you what, come back if Alec joins again. I apologize. I see it's and I can't for whatever reasons get it to expand, but it's Catherine and someone starts with is.
I'll take it. Catherine Horn.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well.
I've lived in Rollingwood for the past 16 years. I actually grew up in West University in Houston and lived on Sunset across the street from the neighborhood park. Rode my bike up to JMH, which is now the Tiny Boxwoods and Milk and Cookies, which is in a commercial zone. It's across from the school. There are residences nearby, but nothing is directly impacted. I think we have to remember that they are in commercial zones, and I would love to see Milk and Cookies in our commercial zone. I served 2 different times on the Rollingwood Park Commission. I worked on the parking lot and spearheaded the fundraising campaign for the field house for the improvements. I do believe we need to continue our improvements over by the ball fields and the parking and get that area looking nice. I don't think you build a commercial business over there that's going to need 4 to 5 spots for employees and then specific spots for for patrons before we've taken care of our drainage and our parking and our areas over there. I think we're doing something that's not in the best interest of our park. Yes, it would create some sort of community, but it will bring people from outside. And we are more of the size of a South Side place than a West University. And I think we have to remember that we are small. And what we have, we need to protect and we need to keep. And I love Milk and Cookies. I went there 2 days ago, but I think it needs to be in our commercial zone. And we need to continue using RCDC as a way to fund the improvements within our park to continue that, but not having a commercial business within our park zone. I think the deed may prohibit it. I think that was not the intention. You know, it was for Western Hills Little League and softball and youth sports that impact or that are benefited in the 78746 area. So I think we need to remember what our park is for, and we need to increase our commercial zone within our commercial zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's see. Go back to Alec if you've come back. Not yet. Okay, I'll try you back again. Phil McDuffie.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mike. There's a couple of things. One is that, and as a lot of these things have been expressed before, but the Breckwoods and the University Place locations are not comparable, and people are aware of that. Lance, heard what you said. We would love to walk over and investigate potential locations in our commercial corridor. We'd love to have you as an anchor for redevelopment over there. There are ways to create a back entry perhaps and a park-like feel over in our commercial corridor. And it would be much more like your location over at Breckerwoods, that where you have the drive-by. I think you might even get a lot more business, a lot more traffic in our commercial corridor. Also, the discussion that people feel threatened to express their feelings and thoughts, I hope our city can continue to disagree without being disagreeable. I believe that we probably are getting an accurate feel for the families on both sides of the issue. And from what it seems, there is overwhelming rejection of putting this in our park. So with that, I'll sign off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. Alec, checking you once again. Hey, Alec.
Hey, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Council. I'll keep it brief. It's late. I just wanted to say the one of the things I wanted to call out is the packet. I mean, even the letter that the Milk and Cookies owners sent to the council in this. I mean, they even admit that this will bring more cars and more bikes and more noise. So, I mean, it is a real problem. It will be a real problem. We do have over 275 registered voters on our list right now that agree that this does not belong in the park, and that they'd rather this company choose an area, a location in our commercial area. I noticed that there was also something recently put into the packet, letters that came into the council. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to review those, but a brief glance through looks like it was like 3-1 in terms of opposed to in favor of this concept. I mean, there's got to be a place in our commercial area where this business can go. I understand the hesitation of not wanting to be in a strip center or a large commercial location, as they said in their letter, but that's not an excuse for putting it in our park. You know, one of the things is we don't have enough residents to generate the kind of the revenues that the 35th Street location just solely on our revenues. Okay, I mean solely on our residents. I mean, I did the math and it ended up being like 66 transactions per resident per year if all the revenue just came from our residents here. So that's not going to happen. And one of the other things is, like, every for-profit business will be driven by profits and revenues and returns. I mean, that's how they're going to survive. So if we do move forward with this, I mean, you should expect the Milk and Cookies to operate the same way. And I just think that it's a risk. Why take that risk of bringing in a business if it's like tremendously successful? Then that's sort of the worst case scenario. So in my view, I mean, we have a park master plan that was adopted, recently, a couple of years ago. It had no notion of commercial in it. I don't see why this is appropriate, and we've had a lot of opposition to it. And finally, I just hope that you strongly weigh the impact that this decision will have on the key stakeholders along Rollingwood Drive. I just please vote no on this proposal.
Thank you, Alec.
That's all I got.
Thank you. Grant Sparks. Grant, you still with us?
Sorry, we put our hand down because our comments have been covered by previous folks. Honestly, like, here's the thing. This is Andrea Sparks, by the way. I'm here with Grant. We've been here 17 years, and I just feel like we need to just take a step back and gain more trust among community members in our community. I love Tiny Boxwoods in Houston. I go there every time I'm with my roommate from college and visiting her. I think it's a fantastic business, but that's not the point. The point is we need to consider, like, what's best for our whole community. We need to be more transparent and just more ethical in the way we make decisions about who gets to take advantage of this amazing, amazing community, which is, you know, basically #1 in the country where people want to move, considering all the transplants we have. And I'm not saying that we're against any development. I just think we need to be much more careful and transparent about it at this point. And I really appreciate all the work. I mean, you guys have the hardest job in the world. Not the hardest job in the world, but let's just say the least paying job in the world. So thank you. And that's all we have to say.
Thank you, Andrea. Marnie Fitzgerald. Oh, I know you were right here. You still with us?
Hi y'all. It's Marnie.
Hey, Marnie.
Hey. Hi, friends and neighbors. I'm so thankful that Lance was on this call. Lance, I hope you're still here. Lance Thompson. My question actually is for him. I heard at the beginning of your public comment that you had said that you were approached for this project, and I was just curious who approached you about building this in our public land. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie. Let's see. I've got, sorry, it says Thompson and Hanson, but I apologize, Thompson and Hanson. I don't have another name.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Greg Thompson.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are y'all doing? I'm at Lance's brother. I'm the one that lives in West University in Houston, and I'm one of the partners in Milk and Cookies too. And I just wanted to give you all a little context. You know, I've heard a lot of concerns, all valid. West University is, whoever grew up in West University kind of nailed it on the head. Rollingwood's more like Southside, which is our sister city right next to us. West University is a little bit bigger, but culturally and from a community standpoint, it's exactly like Rollingwood. It's like I'm in a City of West University city council meeting right now, listening to people talk about things that they're concerned about. All valid, all things that we heard when we were originally opening a restaurant here. And I want to clear up a few things too. Milk and Cookies is not a restaurant. I've heard people refer to it as a restaurant or a cafe. It's neither of those. It's more like a concession stand. West University has a park right across the street. The HSD, our school district fields, also substitute as Little League fields. I was president of the Little League, and we had a concession stand where people walked up, even people that didn't have kids playing, and they walked up and they stood in line and they would just meet their friends and neighbors out there. And it's a great little community facility, the concession stand is. And so we model Milk and Cookies after that. And the lady that also grew up in West University is correct. It's on a commercial corridor, but the commercial corridor in this neighborhood is really on the outskirts, the perimeter of the town. There's about a 600-foot strip of small commercial operations that are next to us, but our operation is surrounded on 3 sides by homes, and so they all had the same concerns. And without fail, every single one of them would tell you that they would be devastated if we left. There was a grocery store that opened in the 40s.
Whatever.
What?
You don't even say goodnight. Like, you don't even. What about Gigi?
Hi, Laura, would you mind muting, please?
Laura, you're on the call.
And so my point was, we're very similar to you all.
Recorded.
I live a block away, and we work hard to be great, and our neighbors do love us, and it would be a net addition to the neighborhood. The reason those other people called in from West University and Briarcliff is just to give y'all context. It wasn't a strange call. It was just people trying to give y'all some comfort on the discussion and dispel some of the bad information that's been out there. So those were just people trying to give y'all context. as you make your decision. We employ a lot of kids in the neighborhood. That's one of the wonderful parts about it, is that in my first job when I was a kid, I was 13, I worked at Baskin Robbins, and it was a great way to enter into, work and earning money. A lot of the kids that work in our operations, all of our operations, are young. They're in high school, they're in college, working their way through college. So it's not just
Greg,
a bit.
I apologize for interrupting you. I let you run a little over for the interruption, but
okay.
I am trying to be fair for everybody, making sure everyone gets the same opportunity to speak. I do appreciate your time. And I tell you what, if cutting off comments for you and for anyone else on this call, please do feel free to send us an email. Write the letter. I can assure you it goes into the public record, and I know this council well. Everybody reads it.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everybody. So that is all the hands that I see up. That's everyone has had an opportunity. I'm talking this slowly through before I kick this over to council. Okay, guys, before I do that, sorry. Okay, Virginia, you got it in just under the wire. Go for it.
Okay, I'll just be very brief. So many people have said we welcome milk and cookies and we'd love to see them in our commercial corridor. So why don't they consider that? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Okay, well, before I do hand this over to council, I want to sincerely thank all 43 of the folks that dialed in. You were beyond respectful, and that certainly does mean the world to everybody that is up here doing the work. So thank you very much for that. And I do know that this is a subject of passion for any number of folks, 43 at least, who showed up. So thanks again. With that, council, I'm going to ask that this goes into your court now to see if anybody is interested in taking action. What you have in front of you is a question, and if RCDC wants to correct me on it, but I think what you have is a question from RCDC as to whether or not the council would like them to consider I guess fleshing out some of the details and concerns in a greater with greater clarity, working with milk and cookies, or if that's not a project of interest that the council is interested in directing. So that's what's in front of you, council.
Okay.
Okay. I'm assuming, yeah, I'm looking through, just making sure, because I know everyone was listening diligently, just making sure nobody dozed off during my diatribe. No.
I heard you, Mike.
Okay. It's okay. You don't have to take action. Nobody does. And what we'll do, if no one, so no one's interested in taking action, this will die for lack of action at this point, and we will move on to the next item.
Well, not to belabor it, but I feel like we owe everyone a little bit more discussion than that.
Well, that's certainly within your realm, and you can I'd open it up. I mean, I guess if we were being correct about it, for discussion's sake, you would really get a motion on the table. But you're the rules guy, Gavin.
Well, not tonight. I think I'm going to go. I'll go small town on this one. I don't know. I never know where to start on things like this after so much testimony. I guess I'll just start by saying, I really do appreciate the tone and demeanor of all the testimony tonight on both sides. It is the type of respectful dialogue that I think our community deserves. And anyway, I do appreciate it. For the most part, there's some I didn't, but I do appreciate that. And I appreciate mostly the emails, especially those of you who sent emails that were solution oriented, trying to find, offer ideas, a variety of ideas. I guess I would just say, I do think it's important for us as a community to take a deep breath every once in a while on issues like this, and not at all to detract from the passion on both sides of this, but this is very much a first world problem. And I mean, we're angry and fighting in many instances over access to pastries, and we always need to be thankful for the wonderful community that we live in. And I've enjoyed the discussions that I've had with neighbors up to today, as well as the testimony this evening. I had a great visit with Alec over this issue. Very much respect his concerns over it. And I'll tell everyone here what I told Alec. When I first heard of this over a year ago, I thought it was a great idea. I really did. And I was focused in that thought process on all of the things, all of the pieces and components that we heard from those who were for it tonight, in terms of everything from the aesthetic of the other operations that they have elsewhere, including the place for community and for kids. I mean, in my mind, it was a place where, I mean, I truly came at it from a place of thinking, well, everybody's going to be for this. I was very naive in that assessment, I think. But I really did feel like it would be something that everybody would get behind, as a place to gather with friends and neighbors and have a cup of coffee and watch your dogs play and watch the kids buy ice cream and run around the park and those sorts of things. I was approaching it not once when I thought about it. I've only had, I think, one or two conversations with Lance, and it's been months, if not over a year ago now. But I really did feel like what was being suggested would be something that would bring the community together. It was never in my mind about an economic development opportunity. Obviously that would be fine and great for the community if that happened, but in my mind it was a community building exercise. And I'm the budget guy, so I would care about that piece of it, but that wasn't how I was approaching it. So that said, I did think it was a great idea. I do see some of the concerns, many of the concerns, and I'm committed as your council member, whether I agree or disagree, I will vote at the end of the day how I believe the majority of the community feels about it. So even if that is in disagreement with how I personally feel about it, I feel like that's my commitment to you, and that's where I will be at the end of the day. We have heard a lot of testimony, but I deal in government relations for a living, and it is always a situation where you always hear most from those who oppose. So I'm still in a process of trying to really determine where the majority of the community is. I think it's somewhat clear where it's trending, but I also do know that I have had private conversations with a number of people who are supportive of it. That said, I still want to have discussions, but I'm very respectful of the concerns that Alec has and others have about the traffic and those sorts of legitimate issues. So I think we owe it to all of those neighbors to take all of that into consideration. I do have some dialogue that I would like to engage with Lance, Mayor, if we can pull him back up.
Is Lance, you still? Yeah, I see you. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Lance. Gavin, go ahead.
Lance, how are you?
Good.
Good. So I want to have some discussion with you publicly, and I don't need an answer tonight of absolutely not. That's not anything I'm interested in, or yes, let's talk about it. And likewise, for those in opposition, take these ideas, think about them. Again, this is a deliberative process. This is the first time this has ever been officially before council for any sort of discussion even. But Alex, Lance, some things that I would like to discuss with you would be, one, obviously a lot of discussion seems to come back to the commercial corridor. I know, my gut reaction is that probably that wouldn't be your preference, although I really appreciated Phil McDuffie's comments because I think that they were solution oriented and somewhat outside of the box on some things that might make it more appealing to you and empower some walk-up traffic and that sort of thing. I would be interested to know if that is anything that you would entertain. And I don't know where that location would be, but I know that we've got an RCDC who would certainly be willing to engage in that discussion with you, as would I. And what I would offer as a piece of that puzzle that I don't think anyone has thought about, and you and I can talk more about this later on, but I think the tax code, chapter 380 of the tax code allows cities like ours to offer some incentive to a business like yours who would potentially locate in a city and offer you a tax incentive to maybe make your numbers work a little bit better. And that would be something that I would add to the comments that Phil had as maybe something that we could at least explore if you're interested in it. That would be something, that'd be one thing I would offer for your consideration that we can, again, talk about later. A number of folks who emailed offered ideas about the concept of a food truck, something that's temporary, something that can be moved, and not necessarily committing to a specific location. But I would be at least interested to know, and I know that you're very focused on quality of your existing brick and mortar locations, but I would at least be interested to know if that would be something that you would consider. And again, not committing to a specific location, but as a way to sort of offer a temporary compromise, toe in the water kind of opportunity there. There seemed to be at least some level of community support for something like that. It would, in my mind, probably entail some landscaping too, but that may not even be anything you're interested in. Obviously, the cost of entry would be a lot lower. And if it didn't work out and we had a situation that arose where the community is just a hell no on it, then we could part ways amicably. But I'd be interested to know if that's even something that you would entertain as a compromise solution. I do think probably the 20-year lease is a little bit long for my taste. I do think that there were, in my mind, again, when you and I first spoke about this over a year ago, there was a mutual benefit to the pool community. And so I was interested in whether the pool would be supported, the pool board and the pool membership would be supportive of something like that. I'm still interested in that question. And so we can, I'd be interested to know if a short-term lease with a hold harmless in it would be something that you would consider as opposed to a 20-year lease. Again, not committing to one way or the other, whether we would even move forward with this, but I would be interested to know if that lease term is something that is negotiable for you. And then Robbie Robinette brought up a question that I've talked about with another neighbor, and what would happen in the, still there are questions for me around what would happen in the instance of a sale of your overall operations, because I am convinced that you're a great neighbor. And I think that there's a passion on your side of trying to develop properties that are aesthetically pleasing and fit into the community. And you seem to be a great corporate neighbor. But as we all know, things can change and businesses sell, and that might not always be the case. So I'd be interested to know your thoughts. Again, not right now, we've had a long night, but thoughts on what would transpire there. But those are just some food for thought items that I throw out. Again, to those who testified tonight, but there isn't an urgency here. There may be on behalf of the business owner, but for council, I don't speak for all the council, but you know, very rarely do we have a sense of urgency, sometimes to a fault. So I think we have lots of time to talk about this and try to see if we can come up with some sort of compromise solution. And I am interested at a later date to have a discussion with Lance and see if there's something that we could work out in the commercial corridor that would work for everyone. And to those who testified earlier about, you know, putting it in front of your house, when I'm suggesting the commercial corridor, it abuts to my house. So thank you for your comments, and I'll let you know in 6 months whether I like it or not. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Gavin. Council, I guess council that's not Gavin.
I have a few other thoughts. I want to say thank you to RCDC for doing work. And that I think it's really important for us to value the work that our boards and commissions do. I think that the time and energy that was put into holding public hearings and discussion at the RCDC meetings was important. I have an agenda item later in the agenda to talk about maybe some policy that we could look at for how to support joint meetings between boards and commissions in the future. And I think that one place where I did receive some feedback, and I think it's really valid, is that we have multiple boards and commissions who would have an interest in this topic. And I'd like to see opportunities like this vetted in a joint meeting between multiple boards and commissions in the future. And so I think that having one board, having RCDC vote for this and then the Parks Commission vote against it, and not having had a joint meeting where there was an actual presentation, I think that was kind of a missed opportunity to find some collaboration in the process. So I think that hopefully there could be some, as Gavin's going back and having those conversations, perhaps putting some policies in place that would allow for better collaboration, or at least our boards and commissions knowing how they could trigger collaboration would help. And I think at this point, there was a comment from a neighbor wondering about how we create kind of more consistency or reliability in our zoning. And so a comment I made, and I actually put it on my Facebook page, my Rollingwood Council Facebook page, is we do have a comprehensive planning process going on right now. And the point of the comprehensive planning process is to have a comprehensive plan, which we don't have as a city right now, but it's required under Texas code. And that is what will give us greater clarity, actually, about our zoning. And there is an opportunity right now for conversation about what we want on our commercial corridor. And so I would encourage everyone who is truly interested in understanding how we can have businesses like Milk and Cookies on our commercial corridor to go and listen to the strike force meetings that are happening regarding the comprehensive plan. And there's one in particular that I think is great. It's on April 12th, 2021. I would love to see more people listen to it, because there is a wealth of knowledge about what it actually takes to get a commercial business on the corridor. So those are my primary comments. I I've appreciated the comments that I've received from residents as well. And I think the final thing that I would say is on the walkability element, to connect our residential area to our commercial corridor, we have to improve Edgegrove at some point. And we have a quote in our IIP that it's going to take about $2.5 million to address the drainage issue right there, and to be able to add sidewalks that would make it actually safe for people to walk down Edgegrove and connect with at least that portion of our commercial corridor, which does have sidewalks along it. And I've started asking neighbors if anybody would be interested in putting together a fundraising fund for, that's redundant, but a fund and help fundraise for that, because $2.5 million is something that we as a city would have to either put in a bond or that we have to find a grant for. It's unlikely that we're going to get it from TxDOT anytime soon. And so I think that's one of the things that is a barrier right now for true walkability from our residential area to our commercial area. And I'd love to see us have conversations about that could be spurred on by this conversation.
Thank you, Amy. And so Brian, I see you, but man, I'm really trying to be diligent here, letting the council do their discussion after we've had comments. And if I'll be honest with you, if a council member wants to call, yeah, I'll let it happen, but not trying to be mean about it.
What you got, Brian? I'll listen to you. What you got?
Yeah.
Let's talk. You're up.
Okay. I was just saying that the Western Hills Athletic Club concession stand could be open to Rollingwood citizens, and you could have something right there that opens to the pool and to the park, but has a limited number of people that could actually access it. And then you would have the less traffic problems, and you could have the community service that you want. And the reason that the Western Hills Athletic Club doesn't want alcohol or things is because they don't want their kids asking them for the money to go buy that stuff. But if you had someone do a concession stand that opened up to the pool and opened up to the park and only allowed Rollingwood residents or people that had pool memberships, you would limit your traffic areas, you would do everything. That's my opinion. I'm done.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Brian.
Again, appreciate outside the box like that.
We had a proposal like that about a year ago.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing, Gavin?
Deja vu.
I know.
All right, council. We have a lot left to get through this evening. I'm going to encourage everybody to either saddle up and get some action, or provide some direction, or we will just quite simply move on.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to listen to all the comments first. Is it okay if I make some comments or ask some questions?
Of course, Wendy.
So I just want to say that I also appreciate the tone and feedback that we've received from the community this evening. And I also respect the neighbors who are directly impacted by the potential development. And so I didn't really know what, to expect with us coming into this conversation tonight and what the, what the tone would be. But I did appreciate the way that Gavin laid it out, where
You still with us, Wendy?
I like that she ended on a compliment to me.
Right.
I'm sorry.
There you are.
I'm
No, you're back. You're back.
I don't know where I got lost, but I think I was just complimenting Gavin. I have a while of that. I just was going to do that. But I just appreciate the idea of asking more questions, seeing what other alternatives might work for the business. I'm concerned always about traffic and impacts to traffic in our neighborhood. And so I can definitely understand anyone who lives on Rollingwood Drive being concerned about that. And so, you know, I like the idea that we can continue the dialogue in a respectful way, that we're not committing to anything if we do kind of explore all the
We lost you again, Wendy.
I don't know. Was I still complimenting Gavin, or did I cut off?
Let's hope so.
I'm losing my connection. I think you get my drift, though. I just appreciate that we're looking at options because I think there are valid concerns with the proposal as it is. But I do think that people continue to say that they love milk and cookies, and we want it in our community. So I like that we are open to looking at different ideas, exploring different things within our community and within our business, but not committing to anything. So thank you for opening that conversation, Gavin, because I really wasn't sure like where this would go tonight, because I know that there's a lot of community concern. So with that said, you know, I appreciate again our community being so engaged and being a part of the process. And I think that's what makes Rollingwood so special is the activism, the people who care about the community, the people who care about our park, who care about our streets and our traffic, that we know each other, that we are this community. And so I hope that this is something that can bring us together, and that we can make it at least a discussion that is thoughtful and caring for one another. And if it ends up working out where we get a business like Milk and Cookies in Rollingwood, I think that would be great. If it ends up not being a fit, I think that going through these exercises are always beneficial. And
Okay, when she's back, it's beneficial exercises.
You may have lost her that time.
I think we might have. Oh, there we go. Beneficial exercises, Wendy.
Okay, so sorry. Anyway, that's it. I just think it was a beneficial exercise. I think the internet's trying to tell me to shut up, so I'm just going to listen and thank everybody who's participated. And I'm going to mute myself because I'm not keeping a good connection. But for everyone who's involved,
We thank you for making the effort, especially mid move. Okay, guys. We still got 9 pages of folks that are on pins and needles waiting to see if you guys are going to take action. Should we just keep them there? Just keep them there for the rest of the night and not close the item and make them listen to the rest of the agenda with us? I saw one smile and a lot of just disgust with that.
Yeah, but, I think for today, I don't think that there's I don't think the discussion is over, but I'm not sure that there's anything official for us to give RCDC to do other than their usual job of helping us work on economic development issues. I'd like to, I'll give Lance a call. I'd like to explore this 380 idea that I have related to the commercial corridor, see if he's interested in that. I'm not going to put him on the spot tonight. And I do want to get through the rest of our agenda before I pass out, but
or before we have to go to actual work tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's anything that that would require us to take action for RCDC. But we can continue some dialogue and see if there's a more amicable way forward that works for everyone. And I want to make sure that Alec and other neighbors who reached out or emailed know that, you know, I certainly have an open door, and we can continue these discussions and this dialogue and see if there's some other option or way or to move forward.
Thanks, Kevin. So I'm going to go ahead and be, sorry. Yep.
So I would like
go
to
ahead,
make
Sarah.
some comments
Yep.
too.
Sure.
I just actually received a text from a resident who suggested that the Collectic Home facility that's right across from Edgegrove, that is just closed down, might be a great location for Tiny Boxwoods and a Milk and Cookies. And would be, you know, if we can improve Edgegrove, would be a great walkable location right there, you know, across from our neighborhood. And I want to reiterate that in all of the comments, I have heard nobody criticize or disparage or have anything bad to say about Milk and Cookies. They just don't want it in the park. And I read through all of the comments that were submitted, and I actually added them all up. I tallied them all. And what I ended up with was 80% of the responses that we got in writing were opposed to having that in the park. We have had 3 different versions that I'm aware of a master plan for the park, starting back in 1993 when we first bought it, another one in the late 90s, and then the one that we just did. And not a single one of them had a commercial concession stand, whatever you want to call it, in our park. The Park Commission is charged with being in charge of negotiating leases for the park property, and they said no. And I think that we need to honor the recommendations and the work that the Park Commission has done as well on this. The renderings that were attached to the agenda item and the little video that showed where they had that laid out did not include any setback from the fence. And if you take the size that they had proposed, the dimensions that they had proposed, and put those actually on the ground and include the 10-foot setback that I think would be the minimum that would be required, that puts the front edge of the building right at the edge of the driveway. And then the window is right there. And so people would be lining up in the driveway. Kids would be driving up in the driveway, you know, lining up in the driveway. So I think that there's significant safety issues that would be brought with that. I also have a concern with us giving up park property for a business that is wanting to add a special access to another private business. That doesn't seem appropriate to put in a you know, special access for the pool, which is a private business. And one of the comments that was submitted by Jim Beneke, who's been on the Board of Adjustments for years, was looking at this like it was a variance request that was submitted for a construction project in the city and needing to be able to demonstrate a hardship in order to get the variance. And his comment was that he sees no hardship for this. We have a commercial corridor that would be a perfect place to put this. And everybody has commented that they would love to have that in our commercial corridor. They commented that he wants to fit into the neighborhood, and yet the design that they have proposed does not match a single one of the other city buildings in the park or in the city's property. The design doesn't match the park, the city properties, or really the neighborhood. And I find it discouraging that after Lance listened to all of the comments and all of the very heartfelt concern about preserving our park, that he really made some pretty disparaging comments about the condition of our park and wants to get special permission to put something into our park, which does not lead me to believe that he has a good understanding of the neighborhood that he's wanting to move into. So I think that we owe it to all of the people who have commented and been very concerned about this. We have never had 112 people at a city council meeting before. This has really stirred up a lot of concern and anxiety in the community. And I think that we owe it to them to kind of put an end to the idea of having a milk and cookies in the park so that people can turn their attentions to other productive endeavors instead of trying to fight something that we have already gotten lots and lots of input that people are opposed to it in the park. And so I would move to not accept the RCD's recommendation to pursue a letter of intent for a ground lease in Rollingwood Park.
We have a motion, council. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Amy. Do we have discussion, council?
Yeah, a little bit, because I'm a little frustrated by this, Sarah. I mean, we were about to move on, and I asked to leave things, and at the end of the day, I'd possibly vote against this, but I was trying to leave us in an amicable place where we could continue some dialogue. I mean, there were a number of those folks who were opposed to milk and cookies, but wanted to look at maybe a food truck or something like that. I mean, we haven't even had a chance to. I'd like to talk to some of the people who are opposed to it to see if there's any appetite for something like that.
Well, and I don't think if it was a food truck, you would have to lease them a section of the park. And I don't think this precludes any of that. I just think it gives some reassurance to the residents that we are not going to pursue having a building constructed in the park for call it a concession stand. We already have one of those. To call for a commercial.
Let's do something with that.
Well, there's nothing to prevent anybody from putting a future agenda item on here for something else. I mean, that happens all the time. How many times have we brought up other issues that are on here every other month?
So
I mean, you can't prevent people from having ideas in that idea getting on the agenda, whether you agree with it or not. I mean, that's not right in itself.
So as to the motion that Sarah made, I will say, Gavin, that I thought we could just leave it because no action would mean that we have not accepted the recommendation and we're not moving forward with this particular letter of intent. But if we need to clarify, I would not have voted for this particular letter of intent.
I wouldn't have either.
And so if we're going to say no to this particular letter of intent, that's the motion. That's what I seconded. So
it's specific to this letter of intent.
Right. And I think that I would, after when I seconded, and I appreciate your comments, and I would also say that I have been very vocal with people that I think we have, if we want to actually talk about businesses being in the commercial corridor, we can't just say they're going to go in the commercial corridor. And while I appreciate the texts from neighbors saying it should go in Collectic, I've looked at Lance's aesthetic, and part of what he shared with us tonight is how important the aesthetic is and the creativity. And I work with a bunch of artists every day, and like there's an element to being able to create something beautiful out of a space that doesn't have anything in it. And so I appreciate that part of what he does. And I think that the conversation about it being in commercial corridor is potentially going to have to expand to properties that either are going to be redeveloped or are empty and could be developed, which is only a few. But we also need to have an actual discussion about what makes it walkable from our residential district to our commercial district. And that's the Edge Grove thing. And I would love to see us actually raise money and address that issue, because it's a safety issue every time it rains. It's one more thing our police department has to address in addition to the low water crossing on Bee Caves Road. And it's something that we could add actual pedestrian access to and create a more walkable experience for our residents.
Well, sorry for speaking out of turn, but this action in the agenda is only about a ground lease for Rollingwood Park. So we can easily say we're not in favor of that, and we can easily still leave open commercial corridor. The action in the agenda is only for a ground lease in Rollingwood Park, and we're saying no to that. That's my opinion. Sorry.
Brian, yeah, I'm going to ask, please be respectful of the council when they're deliberating.
I'm sorry, I did not think I was disrespectful. I just thought that the motion should only be about stopping.
Yeah, I know. I hate to cut you off, Brian.
And it doesn't eliminate.
It's not. Brian can't be talking right now when we're talking. It's not appropriate.
Brian, yeah. Sorry, Brian. Thank you, though.
Incredible.
Sorry, Amy, go ahead. You were discussing Edge Grove.
Yeah, I hope that, and I appreciate the tone that Gavin has set in hopefully continuing conversations with Lance. I have really appreciated the opportunities to hear from him, and I hope that we can have a broader discussion about what it actually takes to have businesses like a Milk and Cookies. I would love to see a tiny Boxwoods on Rollingwood or on Bee Caves Road, if that is something that their business could support. And that we're going to have to actually, as a community, do some things to make that feasible. And so I look forward to that conversation continuing at the comprehensive plan level, and hopefully other boards and commissions will get involved with it as well. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy.
Amy, I hope you're right. And I hope people will come out and support the redevelopment of our commercial corridor. But as of today, that support has not been there. So a lot of these folks that have said that they want to see, new restaurants and things in our commercial corridor have also provided, they've also fought any sort of redevelopment. They've come up with all these crazy rumors about a 600 unit apartment complex going on Bee Caves and Rollingwood. Just crazy stuff. I just don't know if that is feasible, honestly. I'm kind of losing faith in the neighbors and what they say.
And I appreciate that, Buck, because as I've had conversations with neighbors who have said this needs to be in the commercial corridor, one of the first things I've asked people is, did you have a Save Rollingwood sign in your yard? I think I remember that. And I've clarified why they had one. And I've wondered if they would be willing to participate in the discussion that we have right now about comprehensive planning, because most people did it because of being afraid of apartment complexes. And they don't.
Yeah, but none of that was even true in the
first
place.
and a lot of community members who are now learning that what the comprehensive planning process is actually doing is talking about the zoning in our commercial corridor, and that the zoning impacts what businesses are going to be there in the future. And so I have been challenging people on that, and I don't mind anyone who had that sign in their yard. I'm trying to help educate people about, if they ask for this to go in the commercial corridor, we have to actually do some things before that's probably feasible. And I want to see that happen. So I'm believing, I mean, I went through all the comments, and the majority of people said, we want this in the commercial corridor, who were opposed to it, like a huge resounding majority. And I've also had a lot of private conversations. So I would say we're still at, I mean, we're probably at close to a split on people who want it in the park and people who want it in the commercial corridor. But I think we have to have actual conversations about what is going to have to happen to get it there. And I agree with you, Buck. Like I may be just hopeful, but at this point, I really want to see some transportation infrastructure get improved, and I want to see that.
No, I do too. I think we need to have all of that. I'm just honestly, I just feel like these conversations always get railroaded, and it's something else, and it's contradictory in what a lot of these folks say. They say something now that they want it in the commercial corridor, but when we tried to do any improvements to the commercial corridor, they didn't want that. It's like they can't decide what they want, or they're just sabotage any sort of growth of the neighborhood or improvements. I mean, I want a lot of the same things you do. I want to see Edge Grove. I mean, that needs to have been done forever ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. My level of frustration of reading all the comments and hearing the things are the same people that were against what we were already trying to do.
Well, I feel like we're getting a little off topic. I guess, you got a motion in a second. My only point was, by just respectfully walking away from this agenda item, we would have, in all practicality, gotten to the same point as tabling the item. So but I mean, we would have gotten to the same spot by just not taking any action. But you got a motion in a second. Let's vote this thing.
I don't think the residents would have had that assurance, Gavin.
Then let's vote it.
All right. Calling you guys out in order on my screen. Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Abstain.
Buck Shapiro.
No.
Sorry. Yeah, there you are. Wendy Hundley.
No.
And Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Oh, God. Are you guys just do that to me? Oh my God. You guys. Sorry, Ash, can you read back to the motion that I apparently have to tie break on?
The motion was Council Member Sarah Hudson motion to not approve a recommendation from the Rollingwood Community Development Corporation regarding a revised letter of intent for ground lease in Rollingwood Park.
A revised letter of intent? Sorry for clarity, is that we are not going to accept the letter of intent that is currently before the city?
Correct. That the revised language was in the RCDC motion. It had come back to them a few times. So that was the original agenda language.
Okay. I vote to not accept the letter of intent as presented. Yes. So the city council will not accept the letter of intent that has been presented. Is that correct? Is that my understanding? I'm very, very tired. guys?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So the letter of intent, as it is presented, will not move forward in the city council. Okay. I keep repeating myself, making sure that there's an abundance of clarity for the sake of everyone's sanity going to bed this evening. We all good? Thumbs up. Okay. Okay. All right. With that, I do want to do a couple of things. I want to first and foremost thank RCDC for a tremendous amount of work, and I hope you guys keep doing what you guys are doing. I'm sorry that it causes consternation among the community, but this is exactly what you guys are charged with, is figuring out optionality. You guys, it was presented to you.